Good evening and welcome to Wipeout. How are we all doing? Oh, hi, Connor. Good to see you back. Welcome back, Connor. Good to see you. Thank you for the 37-month resub as well. It has been a while, actually. All the way back in Quizmas was, I think, was the last time I've seen your name pop up. Well, welcome. Whatever has happened. Always good to see you. Welcome back to the stream, and yeah, hope you're doing well out there. Thank you very much for the 37 months, and also to all the other stuff happening as well. Theory, the 25-month resub, plus also, I think, a donation on top of that. I have to check Streamlabs for that info. With all this trumpet, just so much trumpet. I actually don't have it with me up here tonight. Just to give you a bit of a break. But thank you for the 17-month resub there, ABB. Do appreciate that. Words are hard. Appreciate that greatly. Yeah, Theory, the 25-month resub. Also a donation of $20 as well, Theory. Thank you very much for the $20 donation as well. Direct, avoiding all of the Twitch shenanigans. We've got Dev with a 250-bit. JB Henry with a 100-bit. Oh, those are from Monday. Oh, it's time to play Wipeout. All right, it is indeed. Thank you for the 100 bits there, Puzzles, and do appreciate those as well. I hope you are all doing appreciate. Yeah, something like that, Ben. Yeah. Yeah, hope you're doing well this Wednesday, this midweek. All of the boats. Apparently, boats have been happening on Price is Right recently. So that's what that's all about, apparently. Thank you for the 100 bits and manifesting a boat on Thursday, because sure. And goodness me, would you hear that? It's a national lottery. And it's a national lottery from Connor. M27. Goodness me, Connor. For a space, of course. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. You did not have to do that. Just for coming back. You did not have to do that to announce your presence. Or maybe you did. I don't know. Maybe you just want a fanfare. Well, you got your fanfare. Thank you very much. How long did it take you to get that particular text to work in text to speech, or did you just Google it to find one that worked? Either way, do appreciate the 100 bits and making the text to speech go woo woo. It's rather rhythmic, it must be said. Rather rhythmic. Woo woo is what I said. Not that, Ben. Careful now. Pretzel still seems to be going. Well, it technically is, but I've got it faded all the way down. So you probably shouldn't be able to hear that, but if you were, then that's kind of crazy. Kind of crazy that you're able to hear that, because I couldn't hear it in these headphones, and I've got nothing else playing at the moment. Thank you for all the support going on in this massive hype train on a Wednesday as well. Monday was a wonderful, fun stream to have, playing some Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes with the trumpet. That actually did quite well with it as well. Claire and Shapes, do appreciate your help there in the beginning, and then we also had, what was it, Matt and Topper and Oni as well doing some experting afterwards as well. Thank you very much for your help in diffusing some bombs. And you want some treats, do you, Whiskers? The pouring of the treats bag is not a massive indicator at all, is it, Whiskers? No, you definitely want some treats, don't you? Well, I suppose I should give you some treats then, shouldn't I? Give some treats. Starting the stream off with some treats, which is, always a good start, isn't it? Always a good start. Absolutely. All hail Queen Whiskers with the tail. Hello there. Go on then, Whiskers. You want some treats, dear? You want some treats? Go on then. Let's move this. Oh, you okay? You okay? That was a big cough. You okay? All right. Well, we'll okay, you definitely want the treats. You definitely want the treats, don't you, Whiskers, eh? Oh, yeah, so yeah, that was the Monday stream. It was a lot of fun, and thank you very much for everyone that did tune in and watch the hilarity ensue as we tried to defuse some bombs, and the software just Feed Kitty, absolutely. Just put Whiskers on screen a sec. Need to show you a thing. You need to show me a thing. Okay. I have Whiskers on screen here. Yes. Hello. Oh, hello. There. Yes, we do have a Whiskers on screen now. Hello. Yes. 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 Yes, we do have a Whiskers. Hi. Yes. 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 What I am being referred to, sir? Cool. Cool. Live chat in 1 sec. What are you doing? Oh, hang on. What are you doing? All right, I have live chat open, ready. I'm going to give Whiskers a few more treats though, while I wait for the live chat to do its thing. Thank you for the 100 bits there from JB Henry. This is she's going to leave you in Antissi. Patient. Oh, oh, that's very cute, Ben. That's very, very cute. Oh, let me try and find one of these photos and bring it up here on. Yeah, hello. I know you want some more treats. Hang on. Let me just do this so we can get a screenshot of that. There you are. Oh, oh, look at that. Look at that. Look at that curl up cat there underneath. How many monitors is it now, Ben? How many monitors is it? Oh, hang on. Let me change this screen layout so you can actually see it. There we are. You can actually see it. 6 connected. Goodness me. That's quite a few, Ben. That is quite a few. But yeah, there she is. Oh, very cute, that, Ben. Very, very cute indeed. You think you're doing away with a 6th for now? Hang on. What have you done with Ben? What have you done with the real Ben? Are you done with the treats there now, Whiskers? It's just massive. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. I'm now back in the office for work and that, and I've been granted a new ultra wide screen monitor to work from, and yeah, I kind of like it. I kind of like an ultra wide screen monitor. I might actually change my my desk layout at home if I can afford an ultra wide in the middle, because it's actually quite nice. I like it very much. I've got a second one. Goodness me, doing a Linus Tech Tips. You have 2 ultra wides stacked on top of each other. Then you just get all of the screen real estate. You're done there now, Whiskers. You done there? Ah, lovely. Thank you very much for that. Well, this hype train is still going. We managed to get to complete level 2, and we're doing some stuff with a level 3 apparently. Thank you for that 100 bits, JB Henry, with the Antissi. Hey, there we go. Patreon. Thank you, text to speech, for ruining the joke entirely. So thank you for the 100 bits there. Patreon. Anticipation is now what it is. Anticipation. Thank you for that. Right, so let me put the cat away for now. There we go. UVAH, if you do want to play this game of Wipeout. I have got 3 games of Wipeout planned, if we can keep it nice and quick, because we also do have some Ask Me Anything stuff later on this evening as well, because of course you raise money for that to happen. So we're doing some Ask Me Anything questions later on in the stream. But I do have 3 games planned for this evening, so a total of 9 boards to play. So still a fair amount of boardage to play. In this first pack, I should go through the authors in no particular order other than alphabetical. And that alphabetical order is Car the 7th, Ramsey Fox, and Royal_Flush. Those are the authors of the first 3 boards we're going to be seeing tonight in this first game. If you've never played Wipeout before, it's a very simple game. You're going to see 16 answers up on the board, 11 of which are right, 5 unfortunately are wrong. They are classed as wipeouts. And yeah, if you hit one of those wipeouts at any point in the round, then that wipes your entire score to 0. Yes, anything you accrue throughout this entire game can be wiped all the way down to 0. So you could be scoring well on boards number 1 and 2, but if you get a wipeout on board number 3, then they are gone. just like that. So you do have to beware the wipeouts, but you must give me at least one answer on each board. To answer, you can do it via QuizBot3000, or you can answer in public chat, and you just need to give me the number associated to each box. As I say, there are 16 boxes, so you're going to be giving me numbers 1 through 16. You can give me them as separate messages, or you can give them as all within the same message. So you can sort of do 1 space 8 space 10, and that should work, or 1 comma 8 comma 10, and that will also work to give your bid. But just remember that there are a maximum 11 correct answers, so don't try to give me any more than 11 answers, because you know then that, well, you're going to be wrong somewhere along the line, and that's not what you want to do in this game. Avoid the wipeouts at all costs. But the more correct answers you can successfully identify on a board in one successive bid, then the more it is worth to you. It increases in value in a sort of exponential sense. So yeah, the more you bid that is successful, the more doots it is worth. But of course, there is the increased risk of hitting a wipeout. Minimum 1 answer required for each player, but a maximum of 11 if you want to go that far. So I think if we're all ready to play, make sure I've got my IDs loaded in for this first game. Looks like I do. So without any further ado, Mr. Paul Daniels, would you like to say the immortal words?
Let's play Wipeout.
There we go. Let's play Wipeout indeed. There you all are. Let's get into board. Oh, hang on. Let me actually change my layout slightly so I get a bit more screen real estate for my factoid display. Board number 1. Oh, dings, apparently. Thank you for the 100 bits there, Sportsy, and yes, talking about the US edition of Wipeout there. Whereas for me, the UK edition, Paul Daniels is the sort of the OG host for this game. Yeah, there were other versions, but Paul Daniels' edition was the best. Elementary, my dear quizzer, is the first board to concern, and you can see that Royal Flush is currently illuminated in blue, which does mean this is Ben's board. In that case, Ben's not needing to answer on this one. They can just sort of sit back and relax, and they'll get an author bonus at the end of the board. So let's go through the info of this board. Identify the genuine titles of the BBC TV series Sherlock. So, from 2010 to 2017, Benedict Cumberbatch and Martin Freeman thrilled us with their portrayals of Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson in Stephen Moffat and Mark Gatiss' Sherlock. The show borrowed heavily from the original works of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, but which of these are genuine episode titles and which are not? Beware though, many of the titles bore striking similarities to the original novels and short story series, so don't mix them up. 11 of these will be the episode titles of the BBC TV series Sherlock. 5 of them will not. Here come your answers.
Answers are...
Only 45 seconds. Starts now. Yeah, new sounder. The thing is, I found that ages ago. I've had it as an asset in this project, but I've never put it in. And I was looking through it, I was like, oh yeah, I still got that sound. Let me put it in. Don't forget you need to give me at least one answer to be scoring. Otherwise, you will be given a wipeout. Last few seconds. Get your answers in. Public chat or QuizBot3000. 3, 2, 1. That is time. So, all the answers on the board have actually been given in some form or another by all our players. So, only one round of bidding. Let's have a look to see what our bids are looking like. Adster, Connor, and Drahuska are the bold ones going for a full bid of 11. It's good to see Connor back with the full bid of 11 as is usual. And then we come down to, I think, Shapes going for a bid of 8 is the next highest. And then following that is a bid of 6 from Natta and and raising the bar. I think that's the next highest from that. So those are your bids. To Saphira Oni and Jack Wilfred, though, I did not receive any answers within the 45 seconds. At this point, you're already on 0, but I do have to go through the procedure and give you a wipe out for the road, just for ranking's sake. So now you three take 37th place, and everybody else is presently in first. You did send yours, and it's come up oddly. Oh, has it now? Let me quickly look at the log file, because or the console, because I do have answers coming through from that. Let me see if you have actually, if I've received anything from you. No, I have not. The only thing I've received is literally what you've just said in public chat there. Similarly for Oni as well. I've not seen any messages in the 45 seconds come through. But I know that people have been successfully whispering me, because it tells me that it's a whisper message. So what I would recommend to those that are having problems is you can freely use public chat to give answers as well. It'll just delete your message when you do that. So maybe fall back to that for the time being, and Twitch is doing a weird Twitch thing. Same for you, Saphira, as well. I've not seen a single thing from you other than literally what you've just said now in public chat. Number separated by spaces is it would still have come through regardless. I could see all sorts of answers come through from various people, including ones that didn't meet the correct formatting, but they still come through on my end, so I can see them. I don't know what's going on there, but what I would recommend is use public chat next time round to see what happens. But we shall move on. Hello there, Proogs. I can see your whisper. I can indeed see your whisper there, Proogs. Just to prove that it's working. Let's start revealing some answers. So, first one is A Study in Pink. 18 players have gone for this, and that is indeed a correct answer. That was indeed the first episode of everything. Season 1, Episode 1, or Series 1, Episode 1, I should say, because it's a UK thing, based on the first novel of A Study in Scarlet. That was a correct answer. Hello, thank you, Topper. Oh, you, Topper. Oh, you. Next one. The Six Thatchers. Is a correct answer. Yes, this is Series 4, Episode 1. Plot contains elements from The Adventure of the Engineer's Thumb and The Adventure of the Yellow Face. That's another correct answer. Next one. The Reichenbach Fall. Another correct answer, Series 2, Episode 3, inspired by the short story The Final Problem was the correct answer there. How are we doing on the bids? Rahuska already in overbid territory by 1, so we'll be ending on a wipeout somewhere along the lines. However, Toot, you're one of the first to get out safe of this board. You're currently sitting on 1,500 dupes, and we can't take that away from you right now because you have 0 more answers to give. So you're now safe on 1,500. Next one to reveal is The Final Problem. Another correct answer, Series 4, Episode 3. The only episode title to exactly share its name with a work of literature. The short story, The Final Problem. So very well done there to the 14 giving that answer. Nicely done. Connor, unfortunately, you just missed that answer there. It means you are now in overbid territory, and you're going to be hitting a wipe at some point on your journey on this board. Anybody else getting out on this one? Not yet. Let's keep going. The Hound of the Baskervilles. Oh, it does sound awfully familiar, this one, doesn't it? 14 players have gone for it. Oh, yeah. Awfully familiar because it's a novel that was adapted into The Hounds of Baskerville, Series 2, Episode 2, with a very subtly different title. Very, very subtly different title. The correct answer should have been The Hounds of Baskerville, not The Hound of the Baskervilles. Oh, you hate to see it happen. And that's the tricksy answers that Ben has left for you to try and avoid. Savage question song. It really is. Yeah, there's the patient. Thank you very much for the 100 bits there, JB, with the patient. So yeah, unfortunately 14 falling foul of their little trick and have been wiped out. And should I say, for those who have not played this version before, regardless of what other answers will come up, if they are marked as correct, because you gave me a wrong answer, gave me a wipeout answer, means the whole thing is marked as a 0. So yeah, at any point, because we are marking these in a random order, or an order that may be different to the order you gave, if at any point there is a wipeout somewhere, then it is all treated as a wipeout. Next one to reveal is The Great Game. 13 players have gone for it. It is a correct answer, yes. Series 1, Episode 3, somewhat derived from the adventure of the Bruce Partington Plans, is The Great Game. Nicely done there for 13 of you. We move on to The Sign of 3. Another correct answer, yes, The Sign of 3, Series 3, Episode 2, based on the novel of The Sign of 4. Great episode, says Ben. Honestly, I've not really seen much of Sherlock. I don't think I've seen an entire episode all the way through. So that might be on my watching list at some point in the future. Next, The Blind Banker. The Blind Banker. 9 players have gone for this. There's a correct answer. Yes, this is Series 1, Episode 2, loosely based on the short story, The Adventure of the Dancing Men. Who do we have safe on some score? We've got Bull and Boar on 500. We've got Cart Quiz on 3,000. Nice and safe there. Ralph also safe on 3,000. Pokenuts safe on 1,500. Asda's going very strong here, currently sitting on 14,000 at risk with 4 more answers to give, and there's only 4 correct answers left on the board. Let's keep going. We're now going to Many Happy Returns, which is also correct. Yes, is a mini episode only broadcast online and is not based on any particular story, but is an episode of Sherlock. So very well done there, Asda, picking out on the very obscure answer from this list. Ramsey, Danny Gambit, Theory, Pie Mash also doing the same there. Next one we're going to reveal is A Scandal in Bohemia. Oh, Asda! Oh, Asda, so close, I'm afraid. No. This one was a short story that was adapted into, the episode title was called A Scandal in Belgravia. A Scandal in Belgravia, which is Series 2, Episode 1. That was the correct title of Sherlock. Unfortunately, not A Scandal in Bohemia. So, wiping out their Asda, back down to 0. Oh, unlucky there. But we've got 2 more boards to pick it up, so don't worry about it for too long. We've still got 2 more boards to pick up. 3 more answers left on the board that are correct, and there are 3 wipeouts left as well. Next we'll go to is the Blue Carbuncle. Oh no! And there goes Car as well, no. The Blue Carbuncle is a short story that gave elements of its plot to The Abominable Bride, which was a 2016 special episode. So the correct answer was The Abominable Bride, not The Blue Carbuncle or The Adventure of the Blue Carbuncle. That was the short story that gave its elements to a different thing. Oh, unlucky there. Car wiping out as well. 3 right answers still up here. Proogs and BC still looking for an answer. They're sitting on 5,000. Can they keep a hold of that 5,000? Let's see. We now go to The Abominable Bride. Hint, hint. You should have said in the wipeout information about it being a hint, hint. But it's good that it happened exactly straight after. I don't need to say any more. BC banking out there on 7,500. Nicely done. Prug still has 1 at risk. Samster banking out on 3,000. Colo's still got 2 at risk at 3,000 as well. Only 2 correct answers up here. Next one to reveal is His Last Vow. Is a correct answer. Yes, Series 3, Episode 3, based on the short story His Last Bow. Or bow, maybe. If it's vow, it'll probably be a bow. Prug's banking out on 7,500. Sportsy on 5,000. Theory and Pie Mash banking out on 3,000. Nicely done. Colo still looking for 1. Ramsey and Danny also doing the same. A bow after a concert, so it is bow outs then. Okay. Right, where are we going next? We're going to The Adventure of the Empty Hearse. 4 players have gone for this. Danny Gambit, those at risk. I'm afraid, Danny, you're wiping down to 0. That one we're looking for it's a short story that was adapted into simply The Empty Hearse was the actual title. Series 3, Episode 1. The Empty Hearse just on its own. Not The Adventure of the Empty Hearse, I'm afraid. So another wipeout for Danny. Just 2 players left with Dukes at risk. And only 1 correct answer left on the board. Have they both gone the same way? Have they gone different ways? They have gone different ways. Colo has gone for the Bruce Partington plans, means Ramsey's gone for the lying detective. Only one of these is a correct answer, so only one of these players will keep their score, or get an extra bit, and the other one will wipe out. We're going to reveal the Bruce Partington plans. Oh, Colo! No, it is a short story that gave elements of its plot to The Great Game. The Great Game, Series 1, Episode 3 was the answer we're looking for there for The Great Game. And that's a wipeout for Colo, which does mean Ramsey, the lying detective, is the correct answer. Specifically, Series 4, Episode 2, loosely based on the short story of The Adventure of the Dying Detective. Oh, goodness me. Unfortunately, you are for this game. How much? However, if you sit tight, in about, I'd say 30 minutes or so, we'll be starting a brand new game from scratch, and you'll be able to join in on that. So for the time being, just sort of chill out, relax, get yourself a drink or whatever, and in about 30 minutes' time, we should be back in for a second game that you can join in on. So at the end of that first board, Ben getting that author bonus of 10,000. Then we've got Prugs and BC on 7.5. Ramsey Sports C on 5. Lupine, Kart Quiz, Theory of Game, Pie Mash, and Samster on 3. Toot and Pokenuts on 1,500. And Bull and Boar just getting the one correct answer, but just enough to keep them above the 0 on 500. Everybody else, you're playing catch-up on this second board. After so many wipeout boards, I think I've gone potty. And this one comes to you courtesy of Car the 7th. So, Car, you can have a bit of a chill out and relax, knowing that you're going to be getting a guaranteed 10,000 at the end of this board. Everybody else, though, you've got to concern yourselves with the following. Which of these terms are related to the craft of pottery? So, listed on the board will be 16 terms, 11 of which are associated in the making of pottery and ceramics. The other 5, though, will be terms in sewing. So you can use that as a little hint to try and avoid the wipeouts. So 11 will be associated with the making of pottery and ceramics. 5 will be related to sewing. If you're all ready...
Answers are...
And your 45 seconds starts now. Fortunately, not snooker this time, Shapes, no. No, well, they may have been made up, but they have now formed a definition, either in pottery or sewing. Don't forget you need to give me at least one answer to preserve your score, or try and preserve your score. Obviously, you'll be at risk. Pie Mash, you need to give me at least an answer. Otherwise, your 3,000 will be wiped. There we go. Hirsch? No answer from Hirsch, but answers from everybody else on the board, and all 16 answers on the board were accepted across the board in some way. Hirsch, unfortunately, you didn't give me an answer, but you're still sitting on 0. I'll just give you another wipeout for the road. There you go. But everybody else has answered. Now let's have a look to see what we have risk-wise. We have Drahuska with a risk of 11. Hey, Connor, you're booking the trend a bit. You've gone for a bit of 3. That's not like you. You normally bid 11. Trying to get something on the board, presumably. Ben at the top, currently in the lead, only risking 1 answer because they've got 10,000 Dukes at risk and they'd like to keep that 10,000. Pie and Mash with a bid of 7. Natter with a bid of 8. Also quite bold. Raising the bar with a bid of 8. Right, let's start revealing some answers then. So, answer rank. No, not the one I want to do. That's the one I want to do. It is just this one. Let's start reading some answers. So, first one we're going to go to is enamel. Enamel. 25 players have gone for this. Well, certainly no enamel with regards to teeth, but pottery and ceramics? Yeah, it's coloured glasses used to decorate metal and ceramics is in enamel. And a very good answer there. And Ben is very much happy with that, just adding 500 dukes to their total and securing themselves with the 10,500 now in their bank, moving on into board number 3. But that will still be at risk going through to the final board. You can't sew a dabble. Well, I mean, you can try. You can certainly try, Oni, but it will be very difficult. You'll be back. You definitely will be back, Hirsch. Don't worry. Yeah, wipeout doesn't mean you're out for the entire the rest of the game. You'll still be able to pick up on the future boards. But either way, you'll be back, I'm sure. Let's keep going. Next one we're going to go to is Luster. Luster. 21 players have gone for this. And it's a correct answer, yes. Precious metals in liquid suspensions that are applied to glaze-fired ware and fired to low-on glaze temperatures to produce a metallic surface is a luster. Nicely done. 21 players giving me that answer. Anyone banking out? Theory and Poker banking out on that answer, as well as Bull and Boar and Danny Gambit. Some early bank outs. Let's keep going. Next one. Wedging. Not wedging. That's a slightly different thing, but wedging. Yes, the process that compresses clay and removes air bubbles and prepares it for use is wedging. That is the term for that. And doing well there. Anybody banking there? No one banking on that particular answer. But we'll continue on. Well done with the 15 giving me that answer. Next. Why is there an S and a G right next to each other? That just does not look right. Sgraffito? Sgraffito? Just doesn't look like a word. But it is. It's decorating technique involving scratching through a slip or glaze layer is sgraffito or something along those lines. It's just weird seeing an S and a G so early on in the word right next to each other like that. It's just I don't know. Don't let the Wordle people find out about that word, because I'm sure people will have an absolute fit. Next, vitrification. Yes, that is absolutely correct answer, yes. The stage before melting, when the pot would slump under its own weight as the clay becomes virtually non-porous and solid. That is vitrification. Nicely done there for the 12 giving me that answer. Anyone banking? Sportsy's banked out on 5.5, Mark on 5,000. Anybody else banking on that one? No one else banking on that answer. Drahuska's still on for a full 11 sweep at the moment. Still 6 to go, and there's 6 on the board yet to reveal. So doing very well so far, Drahuska. Let's go. Moving on to a pug mill. Pug mill. It's a correct answer. Yes, a machine for processing and reconstituting clay is a pug mill. Ralph banking out on 6,000. Nicely done. Only banking on 3,000. 5 right and 5 wrong left on the board. We've not touched any of the wipeouts yet. Will it be this one? Let's find out. Grog. Who said a pog mill? Who said a pog mill? Who? Come on. Own up. Who said it? Fraser. And it's not Groggers. It's not Groggers. Goodness me. It's just Grog. Oh, goodness me. Just because we're streaming on Twitch doesn't have to make everything, everything to do with Pog and PogChamp. Hello, Fraser. How you doing? Greg's. No, Grog. But it is to do with pottery ceramics. Yes, it's fired ceramic ground to specific sizes is grog. It is a correct answer. Oh, no. Drahuska, I've just seen that you are not illuminated in green anymore. That does mean you are now in overbid territory. You were doing so well on that one, but unfortunately you will be wiping out at some point. That's very hard. Ramsey, though, banking on 10,000. Nicely done. Raised the prize in Saphira, banking on 7.5. Doing well there. Let's keep this train rolling. We still haven't seen any wipeouts. Will it be frogging? There are 9 players that believe frogging is a correct... No, not froggers. It's not froggers. It's frogging. I mean, just saying that out loud, if you have no context to the word, just sounds weird. I'm afraid it is a wipeout answer. That is the art of unpicking to undo all the prior stitches due to an error or mistake of some sort. That is known as frogging, I'm afraid. You get frogs in bricks, but probably not pots. No, indeed. So that is unfortunately not a good answer. Pie Mash, Raising the Bar, Baron Rider, Western Ace, etc. Puzzles and Natter, Aaron, and Connor wiping out the... Oh, Connor, you only had 3 answers and you still wiped out. Oh, no. I hate to see it happen. We hate to see it happen. 4 right and 4 wrong left of the board. Let's keep going. Next one we're going to is crazing. Crazing, not crazying. No, crazing. Yes, correct answer. Yes, a network of small cracks in the glaze surface caused by a poor glaze fit. That is known as crazing. Colo and Prugs banking out. Nicely done. Shapes, Claire, and Cartquiz also doing the same. Drahuska has the current lead on 14,000, but we do know, unfortunately, that there will be a wipeout heading momentarily. Not many players left with bids to go. Toot is probably one of the biggest bids, as well as Topper, with still 2 left to give. Deflocculation is where we go to next. Both Toot and Topper go for it, as well as Drahuska, actually, and AB Me down at the bottom there. Deflocculation. That is a correct answer, yes. Separating and dispersing the clay particles in a slip, making it more fluid, is deflocculation. Well, now you know. Toot and Topper just looking for one more. DMC banking out there, as well as AB Me now banking out. Let's keep going. Only 2 correct answers left up here, and there's still 4 wipeouts. We now go to a blunger. Toot and Drahuska have gone for this. Blunger. And that is a correct answer. Yes, a machine for mixing clay and water in the production of casting slips is a blunger. Toot now takes the lead on 12,000 Doots going into the final board. Just one more correct answer up here. Topper, have you found it? Or have you hit a wipeout? BC, Samster, Lingo, and Jack, same question to you. Let's find out. What have you gone for? We're going to Muslin for BC and Lingo Maniac. Muslin. Ah, no. No, muslin, Adam Savage uses a fair amount when working with fabrics. Is a loose weaved and lightweight fabric that has a linen type weave. Is muslin, I'm afraid. So that is a wipeout answer. So yeah, very much to do in the world of fabrics, so sewing related. Unlucky there, BC, Lingo, Baron, and Adster wiping out. Still one correct answer. Will it be Jolly? Jolly with an extra E in there. Topper and Samster believe this is the final correct answer. Jack does not, though. Jack has gone with a different answer. Jolly? Jolly indeed, yes, a clay forming machine. It forms the clay by rotating it while being held in a mould which shapes the outside of the pot. Jolly indeed for Topper and Samster banking out on 10.5 and 4.5 respectively. Unfortunately, to Drahuska and Jack Wilfred, well, you will be wiping out on these final 3 answers. A notion is a small tool or accessory used in sewing, such as zips, thread, buttons, etc. Tacking is very large stitches used to hold 2 pieces of cloth together to make sewing easier. And the last one there, ruffler, is an attachment to your sewing machine that you fit instead of a foot. And that is the end of the second board. Thank you, Car, for that board. Getting yourself your 10,000 Doot author bonus puts you into 6th place there. In the lead now is Toot on 12,000. Then we have Ben and Colo and Topper all on 10.5. However, there is slight position differences there due to number of correct answers and wipeouts. Then we've got Ramsey and Carr on 10,000. Prugs on 9. Race the Prices Fear on 7.5. Ralph on 6. Sportsy on 5.5. Shapes and Mark and DMC and Claire on 5. Cartquiz and Samster on 4.5. Theory on 3.5. Poker on 3, as well as Oni. Bull and Boar on 2,000, Danny Gambit, AB Me, and Calibrated Vision all on 1,500. But it is all still at risk, and anything very much can still happen. And we're going to the final board. This one comes courtesy of Ramsey Fox, currently sitting in a nice position there with 10,000. And they're going to get another 10,000 Doot bonus for authoring this particular board. So the target to beat, if you want to be the winner here, is 20,000 Doots. Good luck, and we go to our final board. What happens in Wipeout stays in Wipeout. That is the board we are looking for. Which of these are the names of Las Vegas casinos? So the correct answers are the current names of casinos that operate in Las Vegas, Nevada. Common words at the end of the casino name, such as resorts or suites or hotel and casino or Las Vegas, etc., they've just been omitted for clarity. This includes all casinos in the city limits of Las Vegas, as well as the Las Vegas Strip and surrounding areas. And the pedants out there are going to love this next sentence. Casinos that are technically in the unincorporated town of Paradise are correct answers for the purpose of this question as of March 2022. So that is what you're going to look forward to. 16 answers on the board. 11 of these are Las Vegas or Paradise, technically casinos. 5 of them, though, are invalid. They will wipe you out. How far do you gamble? Well, good luck. Here are your answers. And your 45 seconds are now. Go now. $15 seconds to get your answers in. Don't forget you need to give me at least one answer to try and preserve your score. Otherwise, you will be given an automatic wipeout. Race to the prize, you need an answer. 5 seconds. There you go. Everybody has answered. That is what we like to see. Everybody giving me at least one answer. And all the answers on the board have been accepted. Don't worry about it. Yeah, so long as it's still a wrong answer, then we can gloss over the factoid information. That's absolutely fine. So, if everything goes well, then your potential ranking is the following. Toots would be the winner on 39,500, then Drahuska on 33,000, then Theory Gamer Saphira on 21,500. That is if all of your bids are successful. However, there may be some wipeouts along the board. I mean, there will be some wipeouts along the way because we know that 16 answers off this board were accepted, which does mean there's going to be at least 5 wipeouts up here that have been accepted as someone's answer. Right, so let's start revealing some answers. First one, the Bellagio. 30 players go for that. Yeah, the famous fountains is all you really need to know about the Bellagio. They perform dozens of shows daily with over 1,200 water nozzles and 4,500 lights choreographed to music and spraying water up to 460 feet in the air. It's a nice, easy start for you there. Next one, Luxor. Another correct answer. Yes, the distinctly pyramid-shaped Luxor is home to the supposedly strongest visible beam of light in the world. On clear nights, the 42.3 billion candela beam of light shooting out of the top of the pyramid can be seen by planes above Los Angeles, 275 miles away. Next one, the Venetian. Another correct answer, yeah. The complex at the Venetian has many replicas and homages to the architecture and landmarks of Venice, including a network of canals complete with gondolas and singing gondoliers. Carlo, one of the first to bank out with 12,000 as well as proves from earlier on 9.5 and shapes on 5.5. Nicely done there. You will be earning those doots at the end of this board. Next one, Excalibur. Yes, is the correct answer. Built with a cartoonish castle facade, Excalibur has since dropped most of its Arthurian motifs, but still operates the Tournament of Kings, a nightly medieval horseback jousting dinner show, which has been referenced by Victoria Coren Mitchell on QI, I believe, is mentioned about the show at the Excalibur. Let's keep moving on. Next one is Rio. Not De Janeiro, no, but Rio is certainly a correct answer. It is a casino on the Las Vegas Strip, or just west of the Strip, should I say. Rio is home to magicians Penn and Teller, who have been headlining there since 2001, the longest such tenure for an act at a single venue. Let's keep going. We now go to the Flamingo. Another correct answer, yes, the oldest casino resort on the Strip still in operation. The hotel includes a garden courtyard, which serves as a wildlife refuge for several species, including the Chilean flamingos. 5 right and 5 wrong left on the board yet to reveal. We've not touched any of the wipeouts yet. Will it be Circus Circus? No, that's still a correct answer. Opened in 1968, Circus Circus was the first family-oriented casino in Las Vegas and currently offers carnival games, an arcade, and a 5-acre indoor amusement park complete with roller coasters. Is Circus Circus. Nicely done if you gave me that answer. Still, haven't touched any wipeouts. Will it be Foxwoods? There's not many giving me this answer. Only 6 players giving me the answer of Foxwoods. Is that a correct answer? Or is it a wipeout? I'm afraid that is a wipeout. Goodness me. Yes, that is a wipeout. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, I can't find I can't find the name of the list. Yeah, Foxwoods, I'm afraid, is a wipeout answer there. Unlucky Saphira, AB Me, Puzzle Dan, Baron Rider, Connor, and Cetra. Never ever heard of. That's unfortunate. Let's move on. 4 right and 4 wrong left on the board. Foxwoods is unfortunately not on the list, as Ralph says, indeed. But that's a different show saying that. I can't really say that. Now going to the link. The link. I mean, there's system.link in C# and .NET languages, but the link. Yeah, that is indeed a casino, yeah. The signature feature of the Link Promenade is the High Roller, a 550-foot tall Ferris wheel that was the tallest in the world until the completion of the Ain Dubai in late 2021. System.link is POG, Jesus Christ. Sentence I thought I'd never see in Twitch chat. Theory and Ralph and Natter and Pymash banking out on that particular answer. Some great scores, must be said. Toot still has 3 at risk, with 26,000 doots in the bank at risk. Only 3 correct answers left on the board, 4 wipeouts to avoid. We now go to the D. The D. Yes, is a correct answer. Yes, previously a look of the Irish-themed casino called Fitzgerald. In 2013, the D became the first casino to accept Bitcoin for hotel rooms and later installed a Bitcoin ATM just off the gaming floor. Yes, the D is a correct answer. Mark banking out on 90,000. Very well played. Only 2 correct answers up here. Toot is still doing well, sitting on 30,000. 2 more correct answers, though, to seal the deal. We now go to the Montecito. The Montecito. Drahuska raising the bar, gone for this. Now, unfortunately, Drahuska is already in overbid territory, so we'll be getting at least a wipeout, or 2. Raising the bar, though. Still potentially could score here. The Montecito? Afraid not, no. That is the primary setting for the TV series Las Vegas, which aired for 5 seasons from 2003 to 2008. Unfortunately, it is not a casino in the actual real world. Unlucky there. Raising the bar, Saphira, Drahuska, Connor wiping out on that answer. Still 3 wipeouts to avoid, 2 correct answers to try and get. Topper, you're still hanging on. Can you get that answer? Well, you're not gone for this one. The Cromwell. Toot and Jep Squad have gone for this, though. The Cromwell. It is indeed. Originally named Barbary Coast, then later Bill's Gambling Hall and Saloon. It reopened as the Cromwell in 2014 and features a rooftop nightclub with multiple pools. Nicely done there, Hirsch, banking out on 14,000. Means we've only got 1 correct answer left out of these 4 possible answers. Have you got it right? Will you wipe out? Let's find out. We're going to El Cortez. Toot has gone for this. The remaining 3 still at risk have not gone for this. So either Toot is banking out on some really sizable sum of doots here, or we're going to have 3 players wiping out in a moment. There's an L something, says Toot. So not entirely sure if it is El Cortez. He thinks there's an L something. Is it El Cortez? It is El Cortez, yes. Originally opened in downtown Las Vegas over 80 years ago, El Cortez is the only operated casino in Las Vegas to be listed in the U.S. National Register of Historic Places. Toot, what an absolutely phenomenal performance there on that final board, banking out 39,500 doots. Congratulations. Unfortunately for Danny Gambit, Race to the Prize and Topper, you know what's about to happen, so let's go through the pain very quickly. The tops. That is the casino in Fallout New Vegas, I'm afraid. It's a 23rd century Rat Pack throwback, complete with Frank Sinatra music. Unfortunately, it is a video game casino, not a real world one. Tangiers. That was the casino run by Robert De Niro's character Sam Rothstein in the 1995 Martin Scorsese film Casino, though based on the story of the actual Stardust Casino, the Tangiers doesn't exist. And the last one there, the Sierra Madre. That one there is the primary setting for the Dead Money add-on for Fallout New Vegas. So another one. Players explore an opulent resort frozen in time as its grand opening was rudely interrupted by nuclear war. What a wonderful board there at the end, Ramsey. Thank you very much for that. You get yourself your 10,000 do author bonus and 28 players getting a non-zero score at the end there. Congratulations to you all, but particularly to our top 5. We have Ralph on 16,500, Mark on 19,000, Ramsey on 20,000, Viria Game on 21,500, and now cut that out. Phenomenal performance there on that final board. 39,500 dudes. Congratulations there. And I believe that has paid out everything. I'll just press end board again just to make sure. Yes. That should have paid out everything at that point. So very well played. If you want to check your doots, you can do so by saying doots. Well, thank you very much to Royal Flush, Car 7 and Ramsey Fox for that first game there for those 3 boards. Some wonderful stuff there. And we still have plenty more boards to play and plenty more games here. So, shall we get into game number 2? I think so. I think we should get straight into game number 2. So, let me refresh the screen. And if you'd like to play game number 2, there's a new room code coming up. And that room code is... EWGK. EWGK if you'd like to play game number 2. Remind you that I'm going to quickly load in my extra stuff. Get the right codes in place. Everyone wants general knowledge, says Mark. Well, it's very difficult to write a good general knowledge board in Wipeout. They do kind of have to tend to be in a specific category field. But either way, we do try and go for a broad range of subjects on Wipeout. How did you find those games? How did you find those particular boards there? There's some TV, some pottery. Pottery, we don't... Yeah, the sort of the crafts world we don't see much of in quizzing, so it's good to get that in there somewhere. So thank you, Car, for that. That's a good pack there. And casinos as well. Good to see some good sort of answers up there, some sort of nice gimmies for those that are not particularly familiar with Vegas, but you've seen them on VTs on TV or whatever, and you've heard of the names from somewhere, probably from TV or whatever. And there's some really harder ones up there if you can pick them out. But yeah, really good boards up there. You could do, you want to whisper Quizbot 3000, Colin Dolphin. So yeah, get a whisper window to Quizbot 3000. That's where you need to answer. If you whisper to me, then it just irritates me because then my Twitch dashboard gets alerted to you whispering me, and your answer won't come through if you answer me. You can also say stuff to public chat, and it'll just delete your message there. But if you want to keep your answers completely anonymous, then whisper is the way to go. Right, in game number 2, who do we have author-wise? Let's have a look. So, in no particular order other than alphabetical, because that's the fairest way, I suppose, we have Pokenuts, Pop Ramen Joe, and Now Cut That Out, or Toot, is how I've got it alphabetized here, is Now Cut That Out. So, I think this is the first Wipeout board that we've seen from Toot. I'm trying to remember if we've had any other boards that have come from Toot or not. I think this might be the first. So this is going to be a lot of fun. Pokenuts, Pop Ramen, and Toot. That second guy is awful, he says. Pop Ramen Comedy or Pop Ramen Joe. He's not that terrible at all. No, don't put yourself down like that, good sir. Don't put your down like that. It's going to be a really good board. Honestly, this entire game is actually a really good game. So I hope you'll enjoy this one. Give you a few more seconds to join in if you've not done so. EWGK is the room code to enter in. Name the real 7th century Byzantine philosophers incoming, says Toot. Stop spoiling the game. Stop spoiling it. Right. If you're all ready, let's get a countdown going. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Unfortunate there, Theory. Well, work has to happen, unfortunately. Do take care, and we hope to see you a bit later. In fact, I think in game number 3 we have one of your boards up in my list. So if you do get back, that'll be good, so that you can see your board wreak havoc on everybody else. But do take care. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. If we're ready,
Let's play Wipeout.
I know. There's certainly a question with your name attributed to it, so yeah, we definitely have a board from you in game number 3 this evening. So yeah, if you can come back for that one, it would be great to see you. All right, let's get straight into game number 2 though, and board number 1 concerns the following: who's been reading naughty books? Who's been reading naughty books? Now, this one comes to you courtesy of Now Cut That Out. So, Toots, you can just relax, and you're going to get yourself a nice 10,000 Duke bonus at the end of this board. Me, says Oni. Backs away, says Jep Squad. Uh-oh, says Mark. Points at Bash, says Rereach. What do you mean I read naughty books? What do you make me out to be? Honestly. All my material's online, not books. Anyway, which of these authors had works that appeared on the Index Librorum Prohibitorum list of banned books? Naughty. Thank you for the 100 bits there, Hirsch. Which of these authors had works that appeared on the Index Librorum Prohibitorum list of banned books? Prior to its abolition in 1966 by Pope Paul VI, the Catholic Church's Index Librorum Prohibitorum condemned literature dating back to 1600 written by a wide selection of controversial authors. Excuse me. Simply named the 11 authors who wrote anything that appeared on this list. So you're going to see 16 names. 11 of them are authors that are banned or have had books banned by the Index Librorum Prohibitorum list, and 5 have not. If you're all ready,
Answers are...
and your 45 seconds starts now. Yes, these are names. Don't forget to give me at least one answer. Otherwise, you will wipe out automatically. 20 seconds to give me answers. 11 are right, 5 are wrong. How many do you risk? 10 seconds to get your bid in. JB, race the prize pie, mashing an answer in. 3, 2, 1. That is time. JB didn't get an answer in time. For whatever reason, and 16 answers. All of the answers on the board have been accounted for, so no more rounds of bidding. So yeah, unfortunately, JB, we do have to give you a wipeout for the road. You had to go to the toilets. That's a fair call then. So unfortunately, wiping out from 0 to 0. So you're currently, you're at a net positive 100%. So doing well. Let's start revealing some answers, though. Actually, before we do that, let's have a look at some numbers. Anster and Connor going for the full bid 11, as well as Drahuska. Then we have a bid of 7 from Raise the Price, 8 from Raising the Bar, actually is the highest bid, and Natter also going for 8 as well. Okay, now we can start revealing some answers. Oscar Wilde we're starting with. 17 players have gone for this. This is the most popular answer that players have given. Oscar Wilde. that doesn't bode well if the most popular answer is a wipeout. It's a good start, folks. So, I will say, while all the wrong answers wrote controversial works, they weren't especially blasphemous, and so did not feature on this list. So, yeah, unfortunately, that was a wrong answer, and so suddenly almost half of our playing base wiping out on a single answer. So, yeah, that was the most popular answer players are given, and it's a wipeout. Bodes well, doesn't it? Let's keep going. Next one. René Descartes. Yes, including Meditations 1641. René Descartes is a correct answer. Cara Fraser is their only answer, but it doesn't matter because it gives them 500 dupes. Same for Zuiz as well. Only answer gets them 500 dupes and safe through to the next board. Next one. Blaise Pascal. Yes, L'Autre Provinciales in 1657 and Ponces, published in 1670, were banned on this list. Anybody getting out on that one? No, nobody getting on that answer. Colin, you are already in overbid territory, so we will be saying goodbye to you shortly, but let's keep moving on. We now go on to Lord Byron. Now, he's a very well-known literary author, Lord Byron. 12 players have gone for it. Yeah, well-known doesn't necessarily mean it's on the list, I'm afraid. So there's another wipeout answer there for quite a few people. 12 players giving me that answer. And just like that, only about half of our playing base left that can actually score anything at the end of this board. Poet more than author is that's a fair call too, actually. Yeah, that is a fair call. Let's keep going. Thomas Hobbes. 11 players have gone for it. That one is a correct answer, though. Thomas Hobbes, yeah, every single of his works were banned on the list. So just everything. Shapes, 3,000 banking out. Poker Nuts, 1,500 banking out. Nicely done. Raise the prize. You still have 5 answers to give, and there are 8 right answers left on the board. So let's see how well we do here, because you're probably in the lead if you are successful with the remainder of your bid. We now move on to D.H. Lawrence. Again, a lot of 11 players going for this one. A lot in the wipeout zone going for this. And Jack Wilfred Westlater and Oni now joins the fray as well. Also not featured on the banned list, I'm afraid. Saucy, not blasphemous, says Toot. So I'm afraid another wrong answer there. Another wipeout for a few players. Now we are looking at a total of 16 players now not in the wipeout zone. Let's keep going. There's 8 right answers to reveal we haven't touched yet, and only 2 wipeouts. Let's keep going. Simone de Beauvoir. Simone de Beauvoir. That is a correct answer, yes. The Second Sex in 1949 and the Mandarins 1954 were banned. So good answer there if you gave me that. Pie Mash and Safiria, nice answers there. Pie Mash is still looking for 1. Safiria is still looking for 2. Got one right, says Cut Off. Yeah, you got to take those victories when you can. Got one right. Next one's reveal. John Locke. Correct answer, an essay concerning human understanding in 1689 was what that one there. Pie Mash, Hirsch, how much? All banking out there, nicely done. Carlo's still looking for 3 correct answers out of the 6 still up here, or 6 correct answers still up here, should I say. We keep going. Vladimir Nabokov. I'm afraid not that one, though. And Sophia now joining the fray from looks of things as well. Wrong answer, I'm afraid, did not feature on the list. Only 1 wipeout answer left on the board and 6 right to try and hit. Everyone fooled by the Hordy guys, clearly. Yes, we need to bonk a lot of chat. Let's keep going. We now move on to Giacomo Casanova. Oh, here we go, the Casanova coming out. Giacomo Casanova. Everybody that answered are in the wipeout zone. Was this one that we missed? It was all correct answers, so yeah, it was one we missed. Memoirs was the one that was banned. Yeah, Giacomo Casanova was a correct answer, but only people in the wipeout zone getting that one. 5 right and 1 wrong left. We now go to Soren Kierkegaard. Soren Kierkegaard. No! I And just like that, we thin the herd even more. Race the prize, ABB, Ramsey, Danny, and Colo wiping out on that answer. Again, does not feature on the list. So that means we are left with just 9 players scoring, and we've already seen that they have banked their totals. 2 will be getting the author bonus of 10,000 in a moment. Let's go through the remaining 5 answers, which are all correct, but it doesn't mean a single thing to any of our remaining players. John Milton, Paradise Lost, 1667. Daniel Defoe, The Political History of the Devil, 1726. Jeremy Bentham, Deontology or the Sites of Morality, 1834. Nico Kazantzakis, God, I can't say things. The Last Temptation of Christ, 1955. And Auguste Comte, that was Cours de Philosophie Positive. Yeah, try and make me speak things that I can't speak. Wow. That was a particularly cruel board, it must be said. But that happens in Wipeout sometimes. So at the end of that board, only 9 players with a non-zero score. Goodness me. What have you got to say, Hirsch? Make Ash speak. You're trying to make that be a thing? Sure. Okay. Thank you for the 100 bits, though. Appreciate that. Car, Fraser, and Zuiz on 500. Pokenuts on 1,500. Jep, Squad, Helmush, and Shapes on 3,000. Pyamash on 5,000. And Toot with the author bonus of 10,000 Doots. Thank you very much for that board, Toot. But apparently it was a bit hard. It would seem. But that was only board number 1, so you've got 2 more boards to try and keep a hold of what you have earned. And for everybody else, you're all playing catch-up, so now you can be, try and go gung-ho on this second board. And yeah, I've been having a lot of trouble trying to read these names and people and things, but I'm going to have particular difficulty on this second board. Why? Because D's shed. Why? Because D's shed. Now I'm really struggling. Which of these tongue cycles are spoonerisms of singles performed by Sailor Twift? On the board are 16 spoonerized titles of pop songs, i.e. the first letters or sounds of 2 words are swapped. But 11 are ones where Taylor Swift or Sailor Twift is listed as the lead artist. The 5 wipeouts are not Sailor Twift songs, so please play accordingly. So you're going to see 11 answers. Oh, hello. I just love the text of speech in English just decided, nah, I'm not going to read it in Greek. I'm just going to read the Greek letters themselves instead. Just gave up completely. Thank you for the 100 bits, whatever that phrase was, though, Oni. So, yes, you're going to see 16 answers. 11 of them are spoonerism titles of singles performed by Taylor Swift or Sailor Twift. 5 of them are not. So, if you're all ready...
Answers are...
And your 45 seconds starts now. I do love these answers. They're just so good. Last few seconds, 10 seconds. Don't forget you to give me an answer, otherwise you are at risk of losing it. And that is time, and all 16 answers have again been accepted on the board. The key to this question is knowing what songs Sailor Twift might have produced. Very much so, Proogs. That is the key part to this question, because the other 5, I can say, are Katy Perry singles, not Sailor Twift singles. So those are the ones to avoid is the Katy Perry. The other 11 are Sailor Twift. Right. Let's start revealing some answers as well. We've got to give some wipeouts to Race for the Prize and JB Henry first. For failing to give me an answer in the time. But for everybody else, we can start revealing some answers. Connor, go for a full bid 11. Drahuska also go for a full bid 11. And then we've got a bid of 8 from Raising the Bar. And a bid of 7 from Natter and from Toot and from G. Isons as well. So, let's start revealing. We're going to start off with a Spank Blaze. Spank Blaze. 28 players are going for this. And it's a correct answer, yes, blank space. 2014 was a US number 1. Nicely done if you gave me that. Next one. Stove Laurie. Stove Laurie. Yeah, Love Story 2008 was was number 1 on the US and UK top 10, released as Taylor's version in 2021. Let's keep going. Dialdist Reams. Dialdist Reams. Yes, Wildest Dreams 2015 was the answer there. Let's keep going. Victor to Pern. Victor to Pern. Yeah, Picture to Burn, 2008, another correct answer. Let's have a check-in to see how people are doing. Pie Mash and How Much are banked out. So is Claire. So is Can't Quiz, Won't Quiz, Colo, Asda, and Mark as well. Connor, you are already in overbid territory, 2 ahead. And Drahuska, you are in overbid territory, 1 ahead, I'm afraid. So you will be wiping out at some point. Everybody else, though, you are on track still. Next one. Dak to December. Dak to December. Yes, back in 2010. Back to December 2010 was the year it was released. Let's keep going. Farks Sply. I'm going to say this very carefully. Farks Sply. Yeah, Sparks Fly 2011 was the year that was released. Topper and Danny banking out there on 7.5. Nicely done. Ramsey banking on 3,000. Let's keep going. Still haven't hit any wipeout yet. Or no, you can't do that one. Mart of P. Mart of P. That is Part of Me, which is a Katy Perry single in 2012, I'm afraid. Was a US and UK number 1. Part of Me. It's a Katy Perry single. Best Katy Perry song ever, says Toot. So I'm afraid to Zwiez, Bull and Boar, Sportsy Saphira, Jack Wilford, The Westlater, Connor, Natter, Proofs, Rahuska, and Raising the Bar. That is a wipeout, and you're back down to 0. Hard luck there. You hit the Katy Perry. You should not have hit the Katy Perry. Next one. A Ketaway Gar. Ketaway Gar. It's a correct answer, yes. Getaway Car in 2018 that was released. Next one. Hark Dorse. Sounds so daft. Hark Dorse. Hark the herald angels sing. Oh no. Hark the dorse sings. Doesn't work. Neither does this, unfortunately. It's not the right answer. No, Dark Horse featuring Juicy J in 2013 was a Katy Perry single, I'm afraid. US number 1. So I'm afraid, yeah. Wrong answer there for AV Me, Jack Wilford, Westernator, Aaron, Connor, Proves, Rahuska, and Raising the Bar. No, we're not putting Pog in everything. You prefer Bad Manners yourself. And Mad Banners. Bad Manners, Mad Banners. It's all stuff. Anyway. We're continuing on. There's 4 correct answers and 3 what? Wow. Teeth, Ashley. 4 correct answers and 3 wipeouts. Just put your teeth in. And Tall Smork. Let's Tall Smork. I'm afraid another Katy Perry single. That one, yeah, Small Talk in 2019 is another Katy Perry single. Fraser, DMC, Coloured Dolphin joining the fray of the wipeouts. Unfortunate there. Yes, a Katy Perry single. 2 wipeouts left now. 4 right, still up here. We've yet to reveal. Toot's still looking for 2. So is Shapes. BC's looking for 3. It's the greatest at risk so far now is BC with 3 more. Next one we're going to is Mim to Craw. Mim to Craw is a correct answer. Yes, Tim McGraw, 2006, was Sailor Twift's first fingle. First fingle. Oh my god, Sailor Twift's first fingle. Oh, it's so hard to say things. G. Isenson Oni, you're now banked out 14,000 and 10,500. Oh, ugh. Teeth. Next one. Rue Nomantics. Rue Nomantics is a correct answer. Yes, New Romantics in 2016 was a correct answer there. Nicely done to Hirsch and Shapes and Ralph banking out on that answer. Oh, BC, I've just seen you still have 3 answers to give, and there's only 2 correct answers left on the board, which does mean you're going to be overbidding here, and you're going to be getting a wipeout in a moment. Hard luck. Toot and Poker are the only ones left then with Doots at risk that could potentially still survive. 20,500 Doots for Toot at the moment, and 2,000 for Pokernuts at the moment. Only 2 correct answers, 2 wipeouts to avoid. We're going to California Curls. California Curls! I'm afraid, featuring Snoop Dogg, it's California Girls. 2010, another Patty Carey single, US and UK #1. BC, there's your wipeout. Prudes, Westernate and Connor also getting an extra wipeout in the wipeout zone as well. There's only 1 wipeout to avoid for Toot and Pokernuts. Are they going to avoid it? We're going to go to Deanage Treem. It's only players in the wipeout zone that have given me this answer. Deanage Treem. I'm afraid not. No, that is another wipeout. No, Teenage Dream, again, a Patty Carey single, US #1. Which does mean these last 2 answers are correct answers. So, Pokernuts and Toot, you are both safe, no matter what answer you've given. Let's go through them. First of all, we go to the Christmas Tree Charm. Yeah, Christmas Tree Farm in 2019. And the last one there, no Cody, no Brime. Also known as No Body, No Crime, featuring Haim in 2021. Well done there, Pokernuts banking up the 3,000 and Toot, of course, banking up the 24,000 now at risk. Goodness me, you've done very well. So at the moment, at the end of board number 2, we have 20 players now with a non-zero score. And our top 5 read as follows. Shapes on 8,000, Oni on 10.5, Jep on 10.5, G. Eisens on 14, and Toot on 24,000 Doots. That is a hell of a lot of Doots, but it is all still at risk. And I just need to do a little thing, if you don't mind, just letting me just loose for a little moment. Just want to try and figure out some extra stuff for this final board because, well, there's some nice little things to do for this final board. So let me sort out what I need to do for that. Where am I? Where do I need to go? Here's where I need to go for this other one. Where is it? It's this one here. Yes, that's the other thing I need to do, isn't it? Right, I think I'm all sorted, ready for our final board. Our final board does come to you courtesy of Pokernuts. Thank you very much, Pokernuts, for this final board. And it's not to do with music because we've just had a music round, and I do try and balance the games out a bit. So I try not to put too much music together. It is a bit popular culture stuff, but hopefully, if everything goes to plan, board number 3 is the following. You may now open the waxed envelope, Ash. Okay, I will open up this envelope I have. Unfortunately, I don't have a wax seal on it, but we'll just work with it. Okay. Identify the 11 names of UK Taskmaster episodes. 11 of them are episode names from the UK version of the show from Series 1 in 2015 up to New Year's Treat number 2. 5 of them are episode names from either the American, New Zealand, Norwegian, or Finnish international versions of the format and are incorrect. The person with the greatest number of correctly identified names without selecting an incorrect one will earn the greatest number of points for this round. Selecting an incorrect name will set your score to 0 regardless of any previously selected correct names. You may not use any outside resources to identify the correct names. You may only submit your selections by whispering only the numbers 1 to 16 to Quizbot 3000 within the permitted time, or you can use public chat. You have 45 seconds. Your time starts now. Okay. 20 seconds. 15. Need to give me an answer. 10 seconds. 5. And that is time. And all answers on the board were accepted. And yeah, Poker, given you went to the effort of writing the script for the prompt, for everything, for all of that, I thought I would reciprocate and do a bit of effort on my side there on the stream as well. So yeah, there you go. You know, it's just an envelope that I've just opened up, and I did actually write the instructions. I didn't print it out. I didn't print it out in a typewriter font, but I did write it out for tonight. So I did go to a bit of effort on this one. Nice handwriting. It really isn't. It really isn't nice handwriting. It's a bit of a scrawl, but anyway. So yeah, I thought I'd reciprocate and go to a bit of effort on this one and get a bit of the music. Unfortunately, the SoundCloud link that Drew Masters posted some time ago for some of the music has just disappeared now. For whatever reason, probably when Channel 4 regained licensing, possibly that was a thing that happened. But there are other mirrors of that audio on YouTube that I could use to procure. Oh, thank you, Bill and Ball. Thank you for the 100 bits of that. Yeah, I thought I'd go for a little bit of extra, just for once, because I know I can. Let's have a look to see what we got answers wise. So we got 2 to the top, only going for 4 answers. Trying to preserve their score. Danny Gambit gone for a bit of 10. Drahuska for 11, raising the bar for 10. Connor going for 11 as well. Well, let's see how well you do. Let's start revealing some Taskmaster episode titles. Only 11 of these are UK ones. Be aware. We're going to start off with Stay Humble. That is a correct answer. Yes, Stay Humble. That one was UK Season 8, Episode 5 was Stay Humble. Next one. The Pie Whisperer. Another correct answer. Yeah, that one there was UK Season 1, Episode 2. So the second episode of it all was that one. Was The Pie Whisperer. Still the best ever episode. Next one. One Warm Prawn. Oh, yeah, I remember that. Season 6, Episode 3 was One Warm Prawn. Yeah, such a great challenge, that one. Ralph, banking out on 8,000. Nicely done. You're going to be getting that at the end of this board. Congratulations. Next one. Tree Wizard. Bloody Tree Wizard. Oh, let's see if I can just remember that stuff. Just from random calls out. Tree Wizard. Next one. The pendulum draws the eye. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it really does. It really does draw the eye, doesn't it? The languishing, it really does, yeah. Season 7, Episode 9. God. Yeah, it really does. It really does. Moving on. I've sinned again. 90 players have gone for this. Yes, indeed, is a correct answer. Champion of Champions 1, Episode 2 was I've Sinned Again. Mortimer, absolutely. Toot banking out 29,000 dudes. Nicely done. We're going to be paying that out at the end of the board. Congratulations. Next one. Little Polythene Grief Cave. Yes, it is indeed. Season 3, Episode 3 is the Little Polythene Grief Cave. Yes. Oni banking out 12,000. Shape banking out 11,000. And Colo banking out 2,000. We keep going. Don't like them, go bang. Yeah, Season 9, Episode 9 is Don't Like Them, Go Bang. Claire banking out 13.5. Nicely done. And we keep going. We haven't touched any wipeouts yet. You've done well so far. We now go to the Fastest Duck, which was UK New Year Treat number 1. Episode 1 was that one. Nicely done. 12 players giving me that answer. Prugs banking out 18,000. G-Ice is banking 14.5. Cart Quiz on 10,500. And Car on 3.5. Still haven't touched a wipeout. We now go to just simply Meat. Season 4, Episode 5 is Meat. That's another answer. Nicely done. Pie Mash banking out 20.5. Topper on 15,000. DMC on 10.5. Nicely done. ABB on 7.5. BC on 5,000. Very nicely done. We still haven't touched any wipeouts. Do we have any in the wipeout in overbid territory? Unfortunately, we do have in Raising the Bar and Connor and Fraser and Race to the Prize and Sportsy and Hirsch as well and Danny Gambit. Goodness me, there's quite a few in overbid territory right now. All those names I've just called out, you will be wiping down to 0 in a moment or two. It'll just wait for whatever answer it will be. We now go to Boing Boing. Which is a correct answer. Yes, season 5, episode 7 is Boing Boing. Nicely done if you gave me that. How much? And Ramsey banking out on 30,500. Nicely done. Very nicely done. Western Data banking on 5,000. Only one correct answer. 5 wipeouts. Have we, as a collective, by the most popular answer order, done the full sweep on this board, or are we going to hit a wipeout right now? Let's find out. We are going to 101 ducks. 101 ducks. Is this the final correct answer? Or is this the first wipeout that we are seeing? It was season 1, episode 8 of the US version of Taskmaster, I'm afraid. Season 1, episode 8 of the US Taskmaster was 101 ducks. Unlucky. Hirsch, Fraser, Lingo, Race the Price, Sophia, Puzzle Dan, Natter, Mark, and Connor wiping out there. Unlucky. Hello, Whiskers. I'll come to you in a moment. Next one's reveal is going to be Mystery Scores. Is this the final remaining correct answer, or is this another wipeout? It is season 1, episode 10 of the Finnish edition of Taskmaster, I'm afraid. So another wrong answer. It is not UK. Danny Gambit, Sportsy, Race the Prize, Drahuska, Raise the Bar, Connor wiping out there. Unlucky. Hello again, Whiskers. Still one right answer left up here. Might it be at your service? Or is this another wipeout answer? It's only players in the wipeout zone that are affected. At your service. Again, another wrong answer. This was New Zealand Taskmaster, season 2, episode 3, I'm afraid. There's that one there for At Your Service. 3 answers left. Domino Stories, Hippopotamus, and Licorice Ceiling Strip. Those are the remaining answers. Only one of these is correct. Aaron, Coloured Dolphin, and Bull and Boar still looking for one final answer to preserve their score. We go to Domino Stories. Only players in the wipeout zone have gone for Domino Stories. This one was the Norwegian edition, season 3, episode 5. Norwegian Taskmaster, season 3, episode 5 was Domino Stories, I'm afraid. Leaves us between Hippopotamus and Licorice Ceiling Strip. One is right, one is wrong. We're going to go to Licorice Ceiling Strip. Only players in the wipeout zone have gone for this answer. So if this is the last correct answer, then we're going to be saying 3 players are going to be joining the wipeout zone. However, if this is the last wipeout, then Aaron, Coloured Dolphin, Bull and Boar, you're going to be getting a bit more and sealing the deal. Licorice Ceiling Strip. It's the final wipeout answer. It's Norwegian Taskmaster Season 2, Episode 2, which does mean Hippopotamus was UK Season 10, Episode 6. Nicely done. And of course, we had to have the ending Taskmaster sting as well. Wow, you all did actually pretty well on that final board there. 24 players, all finishing with a positive score there at the end. Nicely done. In reverse order, we have Zweez on 500, Colo on 2,000, Bull and Boar on 3,000, Car on 3.5, Western Asia and BC on 5,000, ABB on 7.5, Ralph on 8,000, Car Quiz and DMC on 10.5, Shapes on 11, Oni on 12, Pokenuts on 13, Claire on 13.5, as well as Ramsey, as well as How Much as well. Cull Dolphin on 14,000, G-Items 14.5, Topper 15,000, Prugs 18,000, Aston 19.5, Pie Mash 20.5, Aaron, second place, 22,500 dukes, a very good score, but leader all the way through this game was now cut that out on 29,000 dukes. Very nicely done there, Toot, and that has been paid out to you. And let's just hear that sting again. Because I can. Basically, it's because I can. Dukes should have been paid out to you, and thank you again to Now Cut That Out, Pop Ramen Joe or Pop Ramen Comedy, and Pokernuts for an amazing set of boards there. And yeah, I hope I did your Taskmaster board justice there, Pokernuts. Hope I did it justice. Right. Let's get into our final game. You definitely should watch some Taskmaster Sophia. It is an absolutely awesome show. It really is. It really is an awesome show. Yeah, definitely just jump in on pretty much any episode and you're gonna have you're gonna have a right laugh. Yeah, and it's definitely all available on YouTube. If you're outside the UK, it's all there on YouTube, and they're going to have their own on-demand service as well. Not entirely sure how that's sort of going to work, but they have their own on-demand service at some point. But yeah, YouTube, go and have a look it up. It is all just pretty much sitting there, ready to go. Well, let's get straight. Yeah, hello, Whiskers. You've already had your treats, so you're not going to get any more. You know, you're being a bit greedy. You're being very greedy by asking for more treats, Whiskers. Okay. All right. Okay. Hairs on my face. I'm going to have to give you a brushing now, aren't I? Right. Where was I? Oh, yeah. Loading up the final game. That's what I was going to do. Final game, then. If you'd like to play this final game of Wipeout, then the room code is DCNO. 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 And while I do that, I need to update the lobby for the final set of questions. Should be that. So AC then. No, Marvel. Marvel, actually. Marvel, yes. DC, no. Whiskers, would you like to say anything? Yeah? Really? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I know, Whiskers, I know. I'm going to have to brush you because you're now starting to molt your hair. Because it's turn of the season, isn't it? Yeah, and hair's all going all over my face. Lovely. Lovely. Going to do me a wonder with my sneezing, isn't it? Right, let's place you over here, okay? You relax there? Yeah, wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, Whiskers. So, final game then. We're going to try and race through this as quickly as we can because I'm aware that we have Ask Me Anything to do later on as well. And I don't want to go too late on this evening. Final 3 boards then we have in this game. In no particular order again, other than alphabetical order of the authors. We have DMC, then Theory of Game, and then Toot, or Now Cut That Out, so I have it alphabetized as Toot. So DMC, Theory of Game, and Toot. Those are our 3 final authors. So yes, Toot is going to get a second board this evening, because honestly, I like this other board as well to add into this final game. Basically, that's what it's like. Yeah, this is the Byzantine Philosopher one too. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it is. Yes, this is that one. Right. Last chance to get in if you want to. And then we'll close the lobby and get this game underway. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And let's play Wipeout.
Let's play Wipeout.
There we go. Let's play Wipeout. So, good luck to you all. Board number 1 comes courtesy of DMC. This is the way to Wipeout. I mean, that's fair. I did ask for more non-pulp culture boards, so it is fair. I did ask for that, yes. This is the way to Wipeout. So, which of these celebrities appeared in the music video for Tony Christie's Is This the Way to Amarillo 2005. So, 11 of these celebrities appeared in the music video for Is This the Way to Amarillo, sung by Tony Christie in 2005 for comic relief. However, 5 of these did not. Pick the ones that did feature, avoid the ones that didn't. If you're all ready...
Answers are...
Oi, Whiskers, get out of there. 45 seconds starts now! Out of there. Not for you. Not for you, Whiskers, not for you. It's why I put this in board number 1 position so that it doesn't cruelly affect too much for a non-UK crowd. So I am very much aware of that balance. This one's a free pump because you're all starting on 0. Board number 2 and 3 is where it gets a little more critical. But I thought I'd put the UK con early so that it doesn't disadvantage those outside of the UK too much. As long as you give me an answer and it's fine, then you're going to be getting something, aren't you? So you might as well go for something. All answers on the board have been accepted, and everybody that is in the game has given me an answer. That's what we like to see. So let's start revealing some answers. Going to start off with Peter Kay. Yeah, he's featured pretty much throughout the entirety of that music video, just mouthing along the lyrics to Is This the Way to Amarillo. Next one. Keith Harris and Orville. Yes, very much so. Next one. Tony Christie himself. Very much did feature in the video, yes. Sooty. Yes, Sooty was there, yes. Next one. Jim Bowen. Yes, I think he... Was it Jim Bowen that fell over on one of his takes? I'm trying to think. Was it? Yeah, because he was alongside the Blobby, I think, on his other side when he was on screen. Or was it? Oh, it's Corbett that fell over. You're right, but yeah, yeah. Anyway, continuing on. Paddy McGuinness. Yes, indeed, featuring there. Next one. Michael Parkinson, also featured, yes. Next one is Bungle. Yes, Bungle was there as well. Adds to Puzzle banking out. Colo also banking out. We've got a few people already banked out earlier as well. How are we doing for overbids? Drahuska is in overbid territory. Connor, though, still doing well. 3 left to give. Doing very well here. Nata still with 2 left to give. Next one is Terry Wogan. Now, we do love Terry Wogan, but unfortunately... No, he was not in that music video, I'm afraid. Drahuska, Race to the Prize, Raising the Bar, We Like Shapes, Bull and Boar, Sportsy BC, Danny Gambit, and Ramsey. Unfortunately, that is a wipeout answer. Does not feature in that music video, I'm afraid. Next one, Sean Ryder. Another correct answer, nicely done. Next one, Noel Edmonds. No, I'm afraid not. As I said, Mr. Blobby did feature the sort of the counterpart to Noel Edmonds on his house party and such shows. Yeah, I'm afraid Noel Edmonds himself was not in it. Next one, Brian May. Is a correct answer. Nicely done. Nata banking out 27,500 dukes there after board number 1. Goodness me. Even me banking out 5,000. Connor, you are now in overbid, I'm afraid. Does mean you're going to be wiping out. Proogs, you're still looking for one more answer. Apodo, you are in overbid. Still sitting on 0 right now, which is kind of cruel, to be honest. You will be hitting a wipeout in a moment. Only one answer left up here that is correct. The other 3 are wipeouts. We'll go to William Roach. Connor and Proogs have gone for this, as well as Apodo. William Roach is the final correct answer up on this board. Yes, Proogs banking out 18,000. Apodo, you are on 500. And Connor, you are on 22,500, but you are overbidding. And these final 3 up here, Kerry Katona, Shane Ritchie, and David Beckham, did not feature in the music video. So let's wipe them out. And just like that is board number 1. DMC getting their 10,000 do author bonus for writing that board. Thank you very much, DMC. That was a wonderful board. 20 players with a non-zero score. And our top 7, I suppose I should say here, because we have Scrooge Clutch, Puzzle Down Adster, and Oni tied on 4th place at 10,500. Then we have Proogs Top of One Gaming tied in 2nd place on 18,000, and Natter currently in the lead on 27,500 dupes. Nicely done there, Natter. But all that means is now you've got even more dupes to try and keep a hold of on these next 2 boards. And for those currently on 0, well, you've got some catch-up to play here, but it's a nice, easy game for you because you're just on 0, so you've got nothing at risk. Board number 2, we go now to, cut that out, for something a little bit different. With some nuggets of trivia is where we're going to now. The nuggets of trivia, also known as the Byzantine philosophers. Yes. Here we go. Which of these family-oriented films have had a McDonald's Happy Meal tie-in promotion? Since 1979's Star Trek the Motion Picture, McDonald's Happy Meals have frequently had tie-in promotions with family-oriented films. Find the films that have had real Happy Meal promotions, should I say. So 11 of these have had a promotion, cross-promotion with McDonald's with their Happy Meal. 5 of them have not. If you're all ready...
Answers are...
45 seconds starts now. Where are you, Whiskers? Wreaking havoc. We're running about everywhere. You've had your treats already. And you've had your food already as well. 20 seconds to get your answers in. Don't forget you give me at least a minimum bit of 1 to preserve any score you've got, otherwise it will be wiped out. 10 seconds. Everybody's giving me an answer. That's what we like to see. And last few seconds to get any other answers in. 5 seconds. And that is time. All 16 answers again have been picked from the board, so no other rounds of bidding. So, what do we have? We have Kodder and Drahuska go for the full whack of 11. Then we have Raising the Bar go for a bit of 9. Sportsy for a bit of 8. Natter and Cartquiz for a bit of 5. As well as Race of the Prize and BC also going for 5. And Not a Cat as well. Danny Gambit go for a bit of 7. Let's start revealing some answers then. So, first one we're going to is Chicken Little. Yeah, nice easy start here. Chicken Little absolutely did have a tie-in. Next one, G-Force. I'm afraid G-Force did not have a Happy Meal tie-in, I'm afraid. Natter, Puzzle Down, Cart Quiz, Theory of Game, Kodder, BC, Raising the Bar, Not a Cat, Shapes, Danny Gambit, and Drahuska, all wiping out. Natter, you're in such a strong lead, but unfortunately you did hit one of the wipeout answers, and it's gone all the way back down to 0. Unlucky there. Next one. Batman Returns. Yeah, that did have a tie-in, yes. DMC banking out 10.5. Saphira banking out 3.5. Ralph and Carr have already banked out previously. Next one is Flushed Away. And that is a correct answer. Yes, Proogs banking out 18,500. Nicely done. Let's keep going. The Crudes is a correct answer. Yes, Topper banking out 19,500. Very well played. Colo banking 4.5. Bullenball not banking, but currently sitting on 3,000 with 2 left to give. Not many players giving answers now. Only 8 gave that particular answer. Next one we're going to is Meet the Robinsons. 8 give me this answer as well. But alas, this time round it is a wipeout answer. Pie Mash, Race of the Prize, Connor, Ramsey, Raising the Bar, Not a Cat, Danny Gambit, and Drahuska falling foul of another wipeout answer. No, never had a McDonald's Happy Meal tie-in, I'm afraid, with that film. Next one to reveal is Brother Bear. That one has, though. Bull and Ball moving up to 5,000 mark, up to 3,000. Still 1 left to give each. Next one. Atlantis, the Lost Empire. It's a correct answer. Only banking 11,000. Bull and Ball banking 7.5. Sportsy, you still have 4 answers left to give, which is enough. We are not in overbid territory for you yet, sitting on 5,000. Apodo, you are now banked out on 1,500. Next one is Ratatouille. Well, sounds like such an obvious choice for a tie-in, isn't it? But I'm afraid not. No, never had a Happy Meal tie-in with Ratatouille, despite such a, an obvious decision there. I suppose maybe McDonald's just didn't want to do any actual Ratatouille. Scrooge McClutch, Natter, Sportsy, Connor, Raising the Bar, Not a Cat, and Daddy Gambit, or maybe they don't want to be associated with rats. That's probably better. That's probably why. Anyway, we're moving on. There are 5 correct answers and 2 wipeouts left up on the board. We're now going to Hotel for Dogs, which is a correct answer. Asda banking on 11,000. Aaron banking 5,500. Nicely done. Only 6 players gave me that answer. Only 3 players left with Dukes at risk and 1 answer left to give. Next one is Home on the Range. Only the Wipeout Zone go for this. And the Wipeout Zone gets even more wipeouts. That's another wrong answer, I'm afraid. Wiping your zeros back down to 0. Never been a Happy Meal, I'm afraid, tie-in with that film. Only 1 wipeout left on the board. Is it Muppet Treasure Island? Well, Pokenuts hopes it's not. Pokenuts hopes this is a correct answer so they can get out of this board with something on the board. And it is a correct answer, yes. Getting yourself 500 dutes, moving on to board number 3 on 1,000. Yes, there was a Happy Meal tie-in with that. 3 answers left on the board that are right, 1 that is not right. The Spiderwick Chronicles. Only the Wipeout Zone have gone for this. But this time it's paid off for them. I mean, I say it's paid off for them, but they're on 0, so it's a bit of a sort of net, a bit of a 0 for them. But still, it's a correct answer. You can take that for what it's worth. Next one to reveal is the Fox and the Hound. Mark does have stuff at risk here. Has 3,000 at risk. Hoping for a correct answer with the Fox and the Hound. And it is a correct answer. Preserves 4,500 going into the final board. Just AB Me left now with Dutes at risk with one answer left to give. And they've gone for Bridge to Terabithia. So has Connor, so has Drahuska. Is this the last remaining correct answer? Or is it the Country Bears? Oh, AB Me. That's the final wrong answer on the board, the final wipeout answer, and you're back down to 0, joining Connor and Drahuska there in the wipeout zone. Does mean our final answer there, the Country Bears, which was given from Danny Gambit and Drahuska in the wipeout zone. That was our final correct answer. And that is the end of that board. Toot getting an author bonus of 10,000 dutes for right at that board. Thank you very much for that board. Again, Toot, it was another lovely board. Currently in the top 5 then we have is Asda and Oni, actually tied for 4th place on 11,000. Toot in 3rd place, 17.5. Second place is Prugs, 18.5. And currently top of the board on 19,500 dutes. It won't last, he says, though. It won't last. Well, one final board to consider, courtesy of Theory of Game. So Theory can have a bit of a relax on this final board. They'll be getting a 10,000 dute bonus. Eurovision question, please, says Topper. I'm afraid I cannot say. Well, no, I can say. It's definitely not Eurovision. And it's not American Song Contest either. Final board is... Stay inside the lines. Stay inside the lines. Which of these are the names of colours listed on the official Crayola Colours website? So you're going to see 16 names of colours up here. However, 11 of these are the names of colours that are listed on the Explore Colours page of Crayola.com. 5 of them are not Crayola colours and have been made up for this board, but may be known in other circles. 11 are Crayola colours, 5 of them are not.
Answers are...
45 seconds starts now. Thank you for the 100 bits there, JB. I'm sure you can. I'm sure you can. 15 seconds to get an answer in. Don't forget, you need to give me a minimum bid of 1, otherwise you will be losing your doots to a wipeout. 10,000. 11,000 for Adster. 5 seconds, you give me an answer, otherwise it's going. 3, 2, 1. Adster! Adster! He didn't give me an answer. Oh, no. Well, your colour did every single answer. All 16 answers were picked from the board. Thank you for the 100 bits. Unfortunately, Adster, I did not see an answer come from you. And that does mean that 11,000. I hate to do it. I do hate to do it, but you can't abstain, because otherwise it'd be too easy a game, this. Those 11,000 doots we've got to say goodbye to. Oh, that one hurts. That one really hurts there. Right, let's have a look to see what we've got answer-wise. We've got Danny Gambit and Drahuska with a bid of 11, Connor with a bid of 10. Then we've got a bid of 8 from Raising the Bar, bids of 7 from Natta and Ralph. That's what we're looking for at the moment. Let's start revealing some answers. So those that are correct are just correct. There's no extra information. But the wrong answers, well, they definitely do exist, and there's some fun information behind them. Let's start revealing them. So, macaroni and cheese is indeed a Crayola colour. Yes. Next one. Tickle Me Pink. Another correct answer. Nicely done. Topper with 1 answer. Thank you and good night. Sitting on a nice even 20,000. Nicely done there. Next one. Goldenrod is a correct answer. Proogs now finishing on 19,000. Nicely done there. Next one. Moveless. Nicely done. Another correct answer. Burnt Sienna is a correct answer as well. Toot banking on 19,000. Nicely done. Only on 12.5 banking out. Cartquiz banking on 3,000. We're still going on. Red Delicious Apple from 8 players here. Connor, Danny Gambit, Drahuska, Ralph, Colo, Natta, Raising the Bar, and Puzzledown went with Red Delicious Apple. Maybe you're thinking of Granny Smith Apple. That one is a Crayola colour. Red Delicious Apple, though, is not a Crayola colour. Ralph, Colo, Puzzledown, Natta, Raising the Bar, Connor, Danny Gambit, and Drahuska falling into that little trap there and have been wiped out. Unlucky. 6 right answers left of the board, 4 wipeouts remaining now. We now go to Unmellow Yellow, which is a correct answer. Bull and Boar banking out 15,000. Nicely done. We now go to Bottle Green, which is a correct answer. DMC banking on 12,000. Sophia on 6,500. Very well played. Shapes banking on 3,000. Next one is Purple Mountains Majesty. Only 7 players have gone for this, but it is a correct answer. Nicely done. Pie and Mash banking on 5,000 on that answer. Nicely done there. We go to Orange Yellow now, because, yeah, they like mixing their colours, I suppose. It is a correct answer. Race the Prize banking 10.5. Ramsey 7.5. Cast 7,000. Scrooge McClutch. It was your only answer you gave, but it's enough to give you 500 doots at the end of the game. Nicely done. Only 2 correct answers left of the board. 4 wipeouts to avoid. We now go to Go Away Green. Really? A Crayola colour you think would you know, have a negative name about it? Maybe Walt will, though. Go Away Green is the name for the colour invented by Disney to hide things in plain sight. Basically just make it look like there's nothing there. Just sort of doesn't draw the eye in any way, shape or form. It's called Go Away Green. Amy, Colo, Natta and Drahuska falling for that one and have been wiped out. 2 right and 3 wrong left on the board, and we're going now to Raw Sienna, where we had Burnt Sienna earlier. Would we have another Sienna on the board? Yes, we would. Yes, Apoda Nuevo, 12,000. Mark, 9,500. Very well done to you too. Was a correct answer. Only 1 remaining correct answer, and unfortunately to the 2 remaining players that still have risk, you are in overbid territory. BC and Not a Cat, you are both overbid by 1, which does mean you are definitely getting a wipeout. So we are already dealt with with the answers. So let's quickly go over our final answers. We have Purple Rain, Purple Rain, Purple Rain. It's a song by Prince, not a Crayola colour, I'm afraid. Battery Charge Blue. That was our final Crayola colour we were looking for there. Which does mean the last two here are Wipeout answers. Phthalo Blue. A famous of Bob Ross, very well-known famous colour used by Bob Ross. Not a Crayola colour, I'm afraid. And the last one is Vanta Black, which was a brand name for a super black coating that absorbs more than 99.9% of visible light, but is not made by Crayola. So that's the end of that final board there. 20 players with a non-zero score. Scrooge Clutch with 500, Pokenuts with 1,500, Shapes and Sportsy and Cart Quiz on 3,000, Pie Bash on 5,000, Aaron on 6,000, Sophia on 6,500, Car on 7,000, Ramsey on 7,500, Mark on 9,500, Theory getting their 10,000 Doot author bonus for that board. Thank you very much for the final board there, Theory, getting 10,000 Doots. Race the Price on 10,500, Apodo on 12 as well as DMC, Oni on 12,500, Bullet Boar on 15,000, Toot on 19,000 as well as Proogs. And top of the board, nicely done, Mr. Topper One Gaming, getting 20,000 Doots. Congratulations, that deserves another fanfare. Very well done to all of you all, and thank you once again to DMC, Now Cut That Out, and Theory of Game for those final three boards there. I hope you enjoyed Wipeout this evening. There's been some wonderful boards to play, yeah, really good boards, and I love doing the Taskmaster thing. Honestly, I did love just spending a bit of time this evening doing a special scene transition and everything for that one moment, and I hope you all enjoyed it. But stay tuned because we're going to be going into an Ask Me Anything. So if you want to ask me literally any question, like seriously, any question you have on your mind that you want to ask me and I might answer it, then there is a Google form currently kicking around, and I'm going to post the right link right now, hopefully that is the correct link to it. And yeah, if you do have a question for me right now, then go to that Google form and fill in a question, and I will hopefully try and answer it. Right, let's close off Wipeout for the time being, and we'll just go to My Stupid Face, I think, for the time being. Yeah, we'll just go to My Stupid Face and put some pretzel music on, but we'll put some chill music on in the background, I think, is the key here. So let's put some nice chill music. Yeah, something like that, but quieter. There we are. There we go. Yay, face! Yes, absolutely my face. Although it's a bit of a mess right now. It starts to change seasons, so the eczema's flaring up again. I need to get my steroid cream from the prescription place, from the pharmacy. That's the word I was looking for. I'll try and get that tomorrow because it should be in already. But yeah. Any wheel spin before the AMA? Well, we'll do the wheel spin after the AMA. We'll do the wheel spin after the AMA, if I remember to do so. Pray that it does not get worse. I hope it doesn't get worse, Ralph, but we shall see. Right. New hair looks a bit good. Well, a bit good, does it? Does it? I mean, this isn't too much effort, honestly. It's kind of why I like this hairstyle, because it is very low effort. It requires only a tiny amount of that, and that's it. So it's super easy to deal with. And absolutely, JB, I can wholeheartedly agree with that sentiment of fuck eczema, because it's a bloody pain. It is an absolute pain. Right. Let's have a look to see what you've all been asking me with regards to things and stuff. So let's have a look at the Ask Me Anything. So, first one I've got is a question from BC 2014, who asks, favourite Mario Kart track can be from any of the games. Now, I don't really own any of the Nintendo consoles, other than a Nintendo DS, and I didn't get Mario Kart on that. So I've not really raced on many of the Mario Kart tracks. The only ones that I would be familiar with is those from the N64, because I did have an N64 at one point in my life. But that was only really from borrowing from somebody else who had that. We basically exchanged consoles. I gave them a PlayStation and they gave me a Nintendo 64. So we sort of exchanged consoles at that time. On that game, God, it's such a long time since I played the N64 game of Mario Kart. God. I don't know, really. I like the doing the party games rather than the tracks, if that counts. Like that the sort of the block tower balloon party game course track thing, whatever you call it. I think that would be what I would say, because we spent a lot of time in the battle mode in Mario Kart 64, rather than actually racing for whatever reason, because I suppose it was easy to do that as 4-player. I don't know, but anyway, yeah, we just did that. We just did that a lot more. We played the battle games more than we did the actual racing. So that would be my answer there, is to go for the battle maps. Yeah, the sort of the 4 towers, sort of. I'm trying to describe a bit like Lego-y kind of thing, if you know what I mean by that one. It's such a long time that I can't quite accurately describe it, because it's such a sort of vague memory. But I think Block 4, is that the one? If it is, I'll just quickly look it up. Just Block 4. Yeah, yes, Block 4 is exactly the one I'm thinking of. Yes, yeah, that one there. Block 4 is the one that we played a hell of a lot. So that's the one that I sort of is my favourite, because we played it a lot. Thank you for that question there, BC. Next one we have is from Royal Flush. Hello there, Ben. Having just survived a pandemic where you were reduced to working and socialising from within the confines of the same 4 walls for the majority of a 2-year stretch, particularly as somebody living on your own, have you had any life-affirming epiphanies, either at the end of the lockdowns or during, or fresh perspectives on life that you're happy to share? It's a good question, that, Ben, and hello there to you. The only fresh perspective I've had is one that's happened very recently indeed, like in the last week. And it's still one that is on my mind, and I'm not fully decided on. But it's with regards to me playing in Jungle Lion. Now, I've been in the band since 2013, so I've been in the band for 9 years. And it was me playing at my friend's wedding a week before, and playing in a completely foreign band that I've never played with before, but having absolute time of my life in a sort of musical sense, because just sort of getting lost in the music and just absolutely enjoying it, versus playing in Jungle Line where I felt more like confined, constricted, not being able to sort of let loose and be myself, as it were. And also the sort of the feeling that my musical ability versus the band's musical ability is sort of disproportionate, that I'm giving more than I'm able to take away from the band. And that's the thing with relationships, is you need to have an equal balance of give and take. You can't be too heavy on one side. It's not good. And yeah, over the past week, I've been mulling over it and whether I want to stay in Jungle Lion or not. Now, that has not necessarily been spurred on by the pandemic. It's just spurred on through time, more than anything. So, but that is a perspective that is very recent to me, and is one that I am still processing. I still haven't fully decided yet if I do want to leave the band or not. But it's certainly looking that way. Because I've been in the band, say 9 years. It's a long time. It's the longest that any member other than the founding member that's still there has been in the band. And I've been there to help out on all the brass stuff, and it's been a toll. It's been a toll keeping it together, as it were, for that amount of time. So yeah. That's where I'm at with that kind of thing, and that's the only real sort of fresh perspective I have on life. Thankfully, I've been able to get back back to the office and work from there, because that was the biggest thing that I've hated from being in lockdown. Is, as you say, the solitary confinement of it. Me being on my own in a house that I can't really go out and do other things in. It's and these four walls are pretty much where I've been working from and streaming and playing and talking to people. There's literally been my existence is this room for the past 2 years or so. So just being able to break that up now by going to the office on a daily basis and just separate work away from pleasure is a massive mental relief more than anything. I mean, we did go to the pub that one time, Ben. Yeah, there have been off things every now and then, but the sort of the regular grind was here essentially. And that was it was painful and it was difficult at times, especially at Christmas, when I couldn't go and see my parents at Christmas. That was one of the hardest times, was when I was stuck here and I couldn't do anything and I was just stuck here for those kind of things. But let's hope for not as much as that. Okay. I see there's a lot of people chatting. This is the band is technically the good band. Is the one band that I'm in that I'm still on good terms with. Like, everybody in the band is absolutely lovely to be with, and that's super rare in a band of 11 members. Is for everyone to be not an arsehole is actually quite refreshing. But it's the sort of the imbalance of my musical ability versus theirs, which is grinding me down and irritating me, because I know that I could be in other bands that challenge me more. Is that fair for me to say, that challenge me more? So yeah, that was sort of the crux of my thought on that. Thank you for the £5 donation, JB, and those very, very profound words. Yes, very much so. I agree with everything you've said there. And yeah, if my heart says I want to lead the band, then that is what I will end up doing. I don't know for certain if that is yet or not. I have to make my mind up on that, and I will be doing that over the next few days. But do appreciate the question, Ben. It's a very lovely question to come and read and answer. Okay, let's move on to a new question, which is something completely different. Nice and light question. This one from Natter. What game show do you think would be the hardest to create for a quiz night session? Goodness me. There's just, well, anything involving a physical prop is going to be practically impossible to do in quiz night. So things like the cube would be practically impossible. The crystal maze would be practically impossible to do, unless you completely flip it on its head and do it in a very different sense. So anything like that, it'd just be so hard to do for quiz night, because that just is not conducive for text input game, is it? Obviously, you could do something akin to Crystal Maze or Fort Boyard or the Cube or whatever, but it just wouldn't be anywhere near the same as the original. It would be a brand new idea, essentially. Like a contain module. Goodness sake, Ben. Really bringing it back round full circle, aren't you? Yeah, I forgot you did that, didn't you? Sorry, mate. Well, the thing is with that is that you're doing mouse interaction rather than keyboard interactions. It's, again, a slightly different thing. But yeah, it's anything requiring physicality, you just can't do in Quiz Night for Twitch, as it were. Quiz Night Live, completely different thing though. You could obviously do physicality stuff in Quiz Night Live. And yeah, if we did do a get together at Quiz Night Live, then we'd just go over to the Crystal Maze experience and do that. Thank you for the question. Next one from Car the Seventh. Have you ever considered getting another furry friend for the Queen of Floof, be it a cat, dog, or other animal? No. Well, I have thought about it, and my thought is no, because I can only just about cope caring for one animal and myself in this house. There was a time that Whiskers did have another furry friend known as Darcy. But that was back when I was with a girlfriend. We parted ways, and when we parted ways with the cats as well. So she took Darcy, and I kept Whiskers. It just happened that way that Whiskers grew very attached to me at an early stage, and Darcy grew very attached to her. It just made the most sense to do that. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be bringing any other furry friends for Whiskers. She has enough. She has enough of a time with me, and if there was another cat around here, then just all hell would break loose. Honestly, so that's my sort of my consideration on that. Whether or not I'd get a cat after Whiskers passes, I don't know. I've not thought that far ahead. I'm hoping that there's at least another 10 years in Whiskers before that happens. But yeah, I'm hoping so at least. Thank you though, Carl. Thank you for the question. Next one. Will you be doing another poll in the near future for which game shows show feature on your system? From Joseph H. Clark. Yeah, I will be. Yeah, I will be sorting that out over the next couple of weeks. Hopefully, sorting out a end of season poll. We're now already into season 9. Yeah, I normally do this kind of thing every year, and I've just not caught up to doing it yet. But yeah, there will be a poll of sorts and ideas for things and stuff for future seasons. But as always, if you've just got a random idea for a show to do, the ideas channel is always open, and I am always reading that. So if there's any decent ideas that come through, do share them. You don't have to wait for a poll for sharing your ideas. Thank you for the question. Samster says, any news on Q&L? Eyes. Yeah, Q&L. It's a running joke now at this point, isn't it? I definitely want it to happen. Hopefully 2022. Hopefully we can do it this year. And I suppose if I am leaving Jungle Line, that will definitely leave weekends open for me because I won't be in a band then. So yeah, we definitely want to do Q&L, and we will definitely try and make it happen this year. So yeah, we shall try and make it happen this year. And of course, I am always open to suggestions for Q&L, even though the laundry list of games we're going to be hosting is already an arm and a leg, just too long. But yeah, any ideas for Q&L type activities as well are always welcome. So later in the year, let's put it that way, later in the year, and we'll try and make it happen this year. There's enough money in the coffers to make that happen, I'm sure. Thank you for the question. Next one. Silent Marine asks, favorite contain module to create, or mod. You've also put mod or module to create. The favorite one to create. Favorite one to create was Factory as a mod, because that was such a sort of big game changer in Catan modded to support multiple bombs, sort of in a native sense, but also provide the different mission modes on it as well, and essentially just become the staple of sort of modded Catan is the Factory now. It was a load of fun to create that, especially when I was live streaming parts of it as well. Yes, I know, I still kind of hate it when people call it a kitchen, but it's nothing like a kitchen anymore. But yeah, a load of fun to make that module, honestly. Sorry, mod, not module. As a module rather than a mod, favorite one of those to make was honestly art appreciation. It's like one of the easiest ones to do, and I essentially leveraged code that I had from Motion Sense, but it was like super easy to do. daft 2-hour idea, and yeah, oh, such a great module to have. Just honestly, just such a great module to have. And then when everybody lost their shit, when I changed part of the rules to say the art is somewhere else on the bomb sometimes. Oh, the tirades I got into with regards to Twitch Play support when that happened. Goodness me. Oh, goodness me. But yeah, in terms of sort of like the effort versus awesome graph for that particular module, because I only put 2 hours of effort into it and yet it's so awesome. That's why I love it so, because it's just such little effort and yet such a big payout for it. Oh, goodness me. Thank you, Silent Brew, for all that question. I do appreciate that. Next one. Do you see yourself continuing hosting Twitch interactive quizzes in the next 5, 10, 20, etc. years? No name given, so anonymous question. Thank you for the question, though. I don't know. I certainly see myself doing this for another year or two, certainly. 5 years, I don't know. That probably is a bit too far to predict, because who knows what the landscape of streaming is going to be in 5 years. You know? Who knows what will happen, really? Who knows what will happen? 10 years is, well, that would put us in 2032. That'll be a crazy amount of time to be doing quizzing content on online. I'm trying to think of any sort of quizzing entity out there that would last that long online, and I'm not thinking of many. I'm really not thinking of many that fit that bill. And then 20 years, that's just like, wow, 2042. I have no idea if I'll still be doing that. So, yeah. Whether or not I decide to pursue more of a career towards the quiz and game show world, I don't know. That's always an avenue to go down now that I've started doing this Twitch quiz and game show malarkey. And now that I've got, you know, all you wonderful people as contacts, especially people actually in the biz. So I'm getting more of an idea of exactly how the industry works. Then who knows? Maybe I get a game show idea commissioned at some point in the near future, and then that'll be me it. Just done. Who knows? But certainly for the near future, in the next few years, definitely I'll still be around. So long as you've still got questions to provide for me. So long as you've got questions to provide for me, because I can't write them. I need you. I really do need you. You're an absolutely awesome community with the questions you write. So yeah, in the next few years, definitely. 5 years, don't know. 10 years, probably not. And 20 years, fat chance I'll be in my 50s at that point. But I suppose, you know, there are Twitch streamers out there that are far elder than 50, 70, far elder than 80, actually, that do stream and do well. So anything can happen, I suppose. Thank you for the question. Next question from Opponent Nuevo. How do you describe your cooking ability? What dish do you make if you want to impress someone coming over for dinner? My cooking ability is basic. Very basic indeed. Yeah, I can, you know, I can rustle up a spaghetti bolognese. I can make some brownies. I can do those kind of things. And not much else, really. So yeah, if I was impressing someone, then I would make a mean spaghetti bolognese, or maybe like a chili con carne type thing, and get a lot of flavour in that. And the brownies on the side would probably work. That'd be nice. No, that's about my cooking ability. I do watch a lot of sorted food. So you'd think, oh, I would learn a lot from that and do cooking based off of that, but no, I'm a lazy ass cooker. I really am. I'm a lazy ass cooker, me. But thank you for the question. Saphira asks, were you involved in the quiz community before you started with Quiz Night? No, I wasn't really. I very rarely posted on Bothers Bar, if at all, in fact. I certainly was aware of Bother's Bar and the UK Game Show's website. I used that as reference a lot, just in my own curiosities about quiz shows and game shows at the time. But I was never in the circle, as it were. I was never in a community dedicated to quizzing. There was one time where I may have put my name down for University Challenge for Teesside University, but that was about it. Nothing else came off of that because the Teesside University team didn't do particularly well. So, no. Before quiz night, I was not involved in the quizzing community at all. And it's only really because of... Well, I have massive thanks, really, to Brig for the initial post on the Bothers Bar website at the start of everything. Because, honestly, you make up a good proportion of the people that tune in on a regular basis, and hence why the polls are so heavily skewed towards me and Ben on the New Media 5 as well, because you are in the same circle of people. So I have you to sort of thank to dragging me into the quizzing community, as it were, and allowing me to be here to be able to host these quizzes, and to allow me to continue to be a part of it. So yeah, Brig is absolutely good people. Always a good shout. Always a great egg as well, and just yeah, a lot of good fun to have around, and wonderful takes on Twitter as well. So yeah, thank you for the question, Sphere. Appreciate it. Next one from JB. What game show trope would I send to Room 101? Oh. What trope would I send to Room 101? I don't know. I honestly don't know. It's a great question, though. I'm trying to think how general the trope would be, though. Ryland? I mean, he's on like every show under the sun, isn't he? But yeah. Oh, I don't know. That's such a good question, though. Oh, God. I don't know. What really grates my gears when I watch game shows? That's really what the question's asking. What really grates my gears? It's normally the contestants, but you can't get rid of the contestants. Unfortunately, they're kind of an integral part of game shows to exist. Well-timed commercial breaks. Yeah, maybe. Maybe they're a bit too sort of worked out and a bit artificial rather than spur of the moment. But shapes. You're absolutely right. That is the thing that grinds my gears, is the coming up spoiler clips. That is it. I absolutely hated seeing that in the ad bumpers in Exit List. Exit List is a great game show on its own. It did not need the coming up bumpers at all. Absolutely hated those. So the fact that has spurred on my mind just like that, I was like, yeah, absolutely. I hate those with a passion. Game shows are a medium where we do not need to know what is about to happen next. That's the whole bloody point, is tension. Don't ruin it. So yeah, coming up spoilers are an absolute travesty, and they need to die in a fire for quizzing game shows. They really do. So yeah, there you go. That's what I want to send to Room 101, is coming up spoilers. Coming up a quiz. No, I wouldn't do that. Thank you for the question. Next question is... I remember you being bold. Did you cash in your doots for a hair transplant? If so, give the details. Expense, pain, turkey? What? It is true that I did have my hair incredibly short at one point, and it was cut off for charity. It was for Butterwick Hospice. Let me get my letters out right in the right order there. Yeah, my friend was doing he was actually running an event as part of his university degree, because he was sort of doing event management as part of his course. And at that event, I decided to have my hair cut off as part of a charity stunt type thing, and I raised, I think it was £100 for Butterwick Hospice for that. And yeah, it was cut. My hair length was a bit longer than this, but it went straight down to blade zero on a shaver. But I made one fatal flaw. I decided the day before, while I still had the long hair, to temporarily dye it. So I got some what was it called? Electric blue, I think it was the color of the color of the hair dye, and dyed my hair blue. I wonder if I've got a photo of that. I probably do somewhere. I probably do have a photo of my my blue hair. And it was like, okay, cool. I have blue hair now. And then the day after, we cut the hair off. Left me with a blue scalp is what it did. Yeah, I did have a blue scalp afterwards. And that persisted for about a week until the hair grew out a little longer so that the dye could be properly washed out. So yeah, it was. I had a blue scalp for a little while, and that was a time when I was with Scar Boom and we were playing gigs. So I was on stage at a gig with a bold blue head. It was so funny. So that's about as close as I am to saying that I was bald. Yeah, is that I had my hair cut off for charity. And it was blue, and then I had a blue scalp. Thank you for the question, whoever that was. We now move on to... the question says, why is the wheel... That one, so addictive? Someone who loves the wheel at the end of the stream. That's your name. Ah, okay. Why is the wheel so addictive? I really don't know. But it's great to be there. It's great to have it as a mechanism in the stream. And also... I mean, that's Paul Farah perfection. That is, isn't it? Just that's Paul Farah perfection. You can't do any better than that. So yeah, free stuff. Absolutely, you just give away free stuff. You spin a thing moves. It's always good to see physical props happen in the world as well. So that's probably why the wheel is so addictive, and I'm sure you're going to be sticking around to the end of the stream so we can spin the wheel for a couple of you to get some lovely doot prizes. Thank you for the question. Next one. When did you realise that you wanted to get into quizzing, says Sportsy? When did I realise? Well, it would have been in 2018, leading up into, 2019. So this is sort of off of the back of working on Twitch plays for Keep Talking Nobody Explodes. Yeah, I did joke about that on Monday, but I was actually the proponent for making that happen. Off of the back of doing that work was a case of, well, I've been able to Twitchify a game. Can I do that to other things? Can I Twitchify other things? And I've always wanted to do something quiz and game show related, because grown up in making PowerPoints and things like that of Weakest Link and stuff like that, but never done any coding specifically towards that. But around that time I started getting involved with Unity, obviously with Keep Talking Nobody Explodes, that uses Unity, so I was getting more and more familiar with that, and I thought, well, why don't I make a game show in Unity and make it available on Twitch, because I know how to do the Twitch code now, because I've done it with Twitch Plays for Keep Talking Nobody Explodes. So sort of put two and two together for that, and at the top of 2019 was the Wonderwall experience, and that's what kicked everything off. So I realised, certainly for the hosting of quizzing, that was when I wanted that to happen, was in 2018. Before then, quizzing has always been part of my life. I've always loved watching game shows and quiz shows on TV, like all the way back to like the first memories I have of watching Crystal Maze on a Sunday evening. Those are the sort of the formative years of me enjoying game shows, specifically for that. and tuning into 100% every now and then while I'm having dinner, just to have some questions on in the background. So yeah, that I've been into quizzing for a long time, just not taking the leap to actually be in the community, as it were, until very recently. Will you start the fans, please? Absolutely, G. Eisens. Talk about PowerPoint. You made an already connected PowerPoint. Oh, it's lovely, JB. Absolutely. Am I still taking? I am still technically taking questions. I'm currently on question 15 of 23. We'll go on until 11 p.m. So we might actually be able to get more questions in. So if you do have any other questions, then yeah, do feel free to ask them. But yeah, once we get to about 11, I'll stop wherever we are. Yeah, Google form. Yeah. Just keep it on the Google form. It's easier that way. Oh, hello, Quizzy Dan. Trees are suspicious, are they now? What are they hiding? What are the trees hiding? Why are they suspicious? What secrets do the trees hold? How are we doing, Quizzy Dan Raiders? Welcome to the back end of my stream. Normally, I would have been done by now. But as part of the charity stream raising money, doing an Ask Me Anything type thing. So welcome in. We're just having a bit of a chill chat. And if you've got any ideas of any questions that you want to ask of me and you want me to try and answer, then there is a Google form alive. And you can ask me whatever question you want. And I may answer the question. I don't have to answer the question, but your question will be listed. And I'll try and answer it if I can. So if you've ever wanted to ask me a question, then now's your opportunity to do so. But yeah, trees, they are sometimes very suspicious, must be said. Hope you're doing well. So yeah, thank you for that question, Sportsy. We're going to move on now to next question. Please tell us juicy stories about cheating on the show and or times you have strongly suspected cheating. As in, on these streams? Is that what you're saying? Now, I don't want to really say much about that because we don't want it to happen around here. We don't want people to be cheating. And we're trying to keep that as, as a non-issue as possible. Whenever it does happen, we try and make it happen as quietly as possible so it doesn't affect the community. Clearly, no one cheats ever is a completely wrong statement. We definitely know that people do cheat. And me and the mod team, and also Ben and his mod team as well, we're always on the lookout for untoward behaviour in whatever show it is. And also in the Discord as well. We've always got ears and eyes in places. But it's not... We don't want to just call people out, especially if we don't know that we definitely, we don't know if you're cheating. We may have a suspicion of cheating, but it's not hard evidence, and it's difficult to get that evidence. I suppose at this point I could say that there is a tool that I have put in place on one of my shows, certainly, possibly actually two of my shows, that have helped to deter cheating. And they have worked successfully. I won't go into any more details on top of that because if I did, then obviously you'll know what the circumvention techniques would be. But rest assured, there are systems in place on at least two game shows to try and help deter cheating as an actual tool rather than try to figure out if people are cheating, if that makes sense. And yeah, we don't want it. We don't want the cheating at all. It's a toxic mindset to be in, especially in quizzing communities. And we just don't want it to happen. And I applaud the absolute vast majority of you for being honest quizzers, honest gamers here, and just enjoying the quiz for what it is. And enjoying your time here rather than trying to make it, super hyper competitive and cheating just to get a few extra virtual dupes because it's not worth it. It's really not worth it. And when you do cheat, when you use the Google engine or Bing or Yahoo or whatever search engine of choice you are using, you're only testing the knowledge of that search engine and not your own ability. So it's just not worth it in the end. The more you play, the better you'll get. It's as simple as that. So you will learn stuff just by being around here. If you feel like you're not a strong quizzer, don't go into the world of cheating to try and think that's going to help you. Just play more quizzes and enjoy your time here, and you'll soon suddenly absorb this knowledge, whether you think you... whether you like it or not, you're going to absorb random knowledge. All I need to say is like Frida Kahlo to a select number of people, and they'll exclaim in joy. You'll pick the knowledge up, and for those that are cheating out there, you will get caught eventually. You will slip up, and you will get caught, and you're not welcome here if you are cheating. So, thank you once again to everyone that has not been cheating and been playing honest throughout all this time, and you've been absolutely awesome and had a wonderful time with quizzing here. And let's keep that going. Let's keep it a nice, clean, and honest environment for us all to play in. And then we can all enjoy it. It's as simple as that. Thank you for that anonymous question. And let's see what else we've got. What is your favourite quiz that you recreated for Twitch so far? This question is from Connor M27. Lol. Favourite quiz that I've recreated for Twitch. So, the fact you said recreated means I can't say any of my own stuff, which is fair. Favorite quiz would have to be 500 questions, honestly. 500 questions was my most favorite one to have created for Twitch so far. Just because of the sheer event of it for when it does go out. Yeah, it's a hell of a lot of effort to get to that point, but once it got there, and once it was on stream, and once we did the 17 hours of 500 questions part 2, absolutely awesome time. Absolutely awesome time. So that's my favourite quiz that I've recreated for Twitch so far. A very close second is my version of the Beat the Chasers, because I loved the set work I've done on that. Now, I know that one is not a Twitch game specifically, so it doesn't really qualify that part of the question. It was originally intended to be a Twitch game, but circumstances happened to basically force me to change the decision on how that game works. And now we do that on Discord, and we have some wonderful Discord night-ins where we do Beat the Chasers. And I really do love that set work for that, because I put a lot of time in on doing the lighting sequencing on that, and it really paid off. I really liked the visuals in that. I honestly, it probably is a blessing in disguise that happened. It really is a bit of a blessing in disguise, that one there. And then again, another close third, although again not quite a Twitch game because it didn't involve any Twitch input. Really 500 questions sort of falls into that because it doesn't really require Twitch input. But a close third is Time Shock. Again, because of the event nature of it, it was a really great project to work on to get, a lot of people involved in voice playing the quiz, and it being such a complete departure, being a Japanese game show as well. Obviously, we've got Panel Quiz Attack that we have in the Discord all the time. But, all the other quiz show variants that I've worked on have very, very, squarely been placed in the Western world, in the UK and the US. Time Shock there was a lot of fun working on that. And it's going to be a lot of fun working on that this year as well for Time Shock 2022, because you did raise the money for that. You got to the 3,000 mark to make that happen at some point this year. So yeah, we're going to have a lot of fun with Time Shock 2022. By the way, in a week's time, if memory serves, over in Japan, they're actually going to be broadcasting the next Time Shock special episode. Time Shock 2022 is actually what they're calling it, I think. So I will probably be doing a watch along of that on a delayed sense, because of course Japanese broadcast times is like, plus 8 hours from here, so it's a bit awkward to do it live. But I'll get a pre-record of it and we'll do a watch along type thing of it, and try and do some very rough translating as we go along and try and figure out what's going on. It's gonna be a load of fun. Yeah, as Pop Ramen says, yeah, 30 to 31st of March, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if we've got Dupless around to do some subs, that'd be lovely. No, that's a lot of effort though to go through a multi-hour stream though, multi-hour episode. But yeah, that's to look forward to. Thank you for that question though, Connor. Do appreciate that question. Next one. What are you most looking forward to this year, quiz night related or not, from Topper? Well, the first big thing that I was looking forward to this year, which has now happened, is working back in the office again. Like I say, just take a break from this place for work. Second place to that is, honestly, I'm looking forward to doing Time Shock at the end of the year. I am definitely looking forward to that. And then next on that list is the tournament for Breakaway, which I have not actually mentioned anything about the tournament stuff yet, and I need to do that. I need to get all that sorted this week, because that's happening in a couple of weeks' time. So I need to get my skates on that. But I am looking forward to doing Breakaway as the next tournament game here on Quiz Night. So that's what I'm looking forward to, and they all happen to be Quiz Night related because I love the stuff in Quiz Night. I really do. Thank you for that. Next question. What was the first game show you applied for, and any good TV audition stories? That was from Toot, that question. My first game show audition was for Simon Mayo's edition of Blockbusters. It was. I entered in as a duo with my girlfriend, and we had the sort of the in-person sort of audition type thing at the Jury's Inn in Newcastle, but nothing else other than that really. That was my first game show audition, and then outside of that, I've gone through I had gone through the paperwork process for Impossible, and got to a video audition, like submitting a video file to them, and then was on nearly the shortlist, but didn't quite make it to the actual show. And then I've submitted for Moneybags, and I'm awaiting to see any information about that. But unfortunately, I don't have any good TV audition stories. Unfortunately, I've just not gotten that far on any audition processes yet. So, Justice for Impossible. Unfortunately, yeah. I mean, it's now impossible to get onto that show in a very literal sense, because it's now no longer on the airwaves. But yeah, maybe it can make a return. I don't know. But yeah. So yeah, sorry, I'm not more interesting on that question. But there's not many TV audition stories that I can say about, really, unfortunately. But thank you for that. No, wait, hang on. There's well, there's not a story, but no, before the Simon Mayo Blockbusters, technically speaking, I submitted an application for Testination, actually. I did submit an application for that when I was in secondary school, because that one of the groups they were testing that time round were secondary school students. So we pulled together a group of 6 of us, possibly, put an application form in for that. We didn't hear anything from that, but so that was actually my first game show that I had submitted to, essentially. I mean, it's a game show in that there are questions to answer, and there's some sort of end goal. But yeah, thank you for the question. Sophia asks, would you rather face one horse-sized duck or 100 duck-sized horses? 100 duck-sized horses, I think, is probably what I'd go for there. It's probably what I'd go for. Don't know why, but that's probably what I'd go for. Just because size, and that's generally a nice advantage to have. Yeah. What do you mean, really? What do you mean, really? Ducks are bigger than you think, and 100 is a lot. Yeah. Still smaller than me, though. Still smaller than me. Other than that, yeah, don't really have much of an opinion on it. Thank you for the question, Sophia. Next question is from Alex. When did you realise that you were bisexual? What was was there a smoking gun moment? It's only been 6 months since I came out as bi, and I'm learning about myself in a way I've never done before, and I love to confide in other people's stories of coming out. It's a good question, that. I honestly don't really... I don't know exactly when. All I know is that certainly when I was with my girlfriend at the time, that I did have sexual inclinations to men as well. So I can't think of any time before then that was the case. But I can't think of any particular smoking gun moment for it either. It's just sort of happened, discovered, like happenstanced on the internet, because, you know, search engines are a thing. And yeah, I really don't know. But it's, I guess, I don't know if it's ever always been a thing. I don't think I ever considered myself as gay or bisexual when I was in secondary school. But then back then I didn't think that... It's a strange thing, because back in secondary school I just didn't think that was even a thing. Like, I was aware of a couple of people that were gay and lesbian, but I'd always just thought that that was a super minority of people, and that, you know, the vast majority were heterosexual cis. And it sort of never crossed my mind back then. But that might have just been because of my upbringing. That it was just a very, well, not deeply Christian, but certainly, you know, Church of England Christian. That sort of that kind of level. It's always been through my school years. It's always been Church of England Christian. So the way it was always, you know, cis het relationships, get married, have kids. That's the way people live. I guess maybe because, well, when it was university, I guess that was when I was able to start making more discoveries outside of that world, because I was no longer in the environments that had nurtured me that long in that kind of way. Would that have been it? Potentially so. Maybe that was the smoking gun moment to start it off without me realizing it. Certainly in the more recent years, I've become far more comfortable in saying that I am bi. I never... I've never really officially declared, as it were, as coming out and being bi, although my parents are aware of it. They are aware that I am bi. Kind of surprised them with it in a way, which is not I probably didn't handle it the right way. But I was in a relationship with someone in my community, actually, who's not been around for a good while, unfortunately, but was in a relationship with him, and yeah, I had to tell my parents at one point, and I did, but I just did it in the wrong way. You're making me think things now. Think things that I've not really thought about properly. So yeah, I've never really sort of, properly come out as bi, but it is who I am. I am bi. I do have preference for both sides of the coin, as it were, and the wonderful spectrum in between as well. Although, does that make me pan then by saying that? I don't think so. No, I think I'm still technically bi, but it's stuff and things is what it is. It is stuff and things, it really is. Stuff and things. Don't know if that's a very profound thing to say, but certainly it's stuff and things. Hello, Whiskers. Hello. Oh, are you okay? You're still coughing up. I may have to go to the vets. They have to go to the vets and check out what's going on with you, because that doesn't sound particularly good. I hope she's okay. Oh, that does not sound good. Okay. Okay. Sort of sounding like, well, partially hairball, verbal type thing, but also sneezels. Yeah, might be a bit of a stuck hairball, maybe. Certainly looks that way, the way she's trying to sort of swallow, or otherwise, I don't know, but. Okay. Seems okay otherwise, but yeah. Just a lot of coughing and sneezing. Hopefully she's going to be okay. Anyway, I need to check with what you've been saying in chat. What have you been saying? Oh, thank you for the 100 bits only. Thank you for that. And no, thank you for a good question on that. Honestly, yeah, it's something that has been constantly been evolving over the years for me, and I think I'm finally, in a place where I know where I'm at, but who knows what will happen in another 10, 15, 20 years. It may just change again. People change, yo. Let's put it that way. People change. You went to an all-boys school. It would have been absolute hell of a no back then. Goodness me, yeah. Detention, that's so gay. It was a comment. Yeah. When I was growing up, Ben, that's so gay was just used so much as a sort of a dismissive sort of term, just thrown around like that. Just not good that way around. But yeah. I almost choked a classmate out for calling me gay, hilariously. Oh, okay. It's probably among the last-ish group of school children who experienced that. Was common when I was there, yeah. Had a bit of that in primary, but then we all realised collectively in secondary that it was a stupid and damaging thing to say. We collectively became more accepting. That's good to hear, Aaron. That's very good to hear. As long as you're happy and everyone agrees, because you're being absolutely Ben. Real talk. Def was one of those Xbox gamers who thought dropping the F word, not fuck, was okay. Of course, I learned it wasn't okay, and I've definitely learned to be accepting of people regardless of where they stick their junk. Hey, we've all said terrible things at some point in our lives, and we've and I'm hoping that we have learned from those mistakes and continue on to be better people towards one another. In an ever evolving world. Whiskers, thank you for typing. I appreciate you trying to type your message, but now it's not the time for that. Yeah, I know I've said foul stuff on the internet before. I've learned it's not okay to say that kind of stuff, but that's the point, is that we learn and move on and just try and leave this world in a better place than where it was to start with. As long as we can all live amicably alongside each other, then that's the end goal, isn't it? I personally stick with buy over pan because I like the buy flags colour scheme. Honestly, the buy flags colour scheme is lovely. It really is. I mean, you can tell I use a lot of pink and purple in my stream layout because it's it's a lovely color scheme. It really is. Where are we at? I found recently buy less to mean both and more to mean more than one. Wherever leans towards particular gender identity, pan tends to mean more mean gender isn't a factor you consider. I guess that's probably more true, Tipster. Yeah, it certainly does seem like buy means more than one, not necessarily both. And pan just means regardless of, rather than a certain count, as it were. Does that make sense? Yeah, probably makes sense. Anyway, we're sort of getting really into the reeds here of what it really means to be LGBTQ+. And there are still a few more questions on my list here to get through. So thank you, Alex, for a wonderful question and for sort of opening up this discussion about what it means to be, well, human. Ultimately, what it means to be human, whatever your persuasion happens to be, just whatever it means. Just we're all human. You okay, Whiskers? Let's see what we've got next, question-wise. Feel free to ignore if needed. Why do we not talk about Wikywalker? I generally don't know, says Saphira. Yeah, we don't talk about Wikywalker. No, it's just a running joke, really. When we first ran it, it was kind of a car crash for me because of the marking system, which we sort of saw half of in my first edition of Redacted. So yeah, it's just Wikywalker. It was an interesting idea to start with, an interesting jumping off point, but it was not going to be maintainable as a game show moving forward with audiences of this size. For goodness sake, go on. Can you imagine if we still had to do the marking of the final round of Wikywalker, but with an audience size of 50 playing the game? Can you imagine? I'd be there for hours marking the answers before we got to the reveal. Jesus Christ. Oh, it's a good idea. It's just, it was just poorly implemented, and now the marking scheme from that has just been moved to relativity. So, there's still a bit of Wikywalker living out there. It's just hitting, it's just hidden in relativity now. Thank you for the question, Saphira. What's your favourite question you remember from one of your quizzes, says Jack. Favourite question? There's been too many that it's difficult to pick, honestly. And the problem with hosting is also that you get to see so many questions that they all just sort of fly by, and none of them particularly lodge in your brain on a permanent basis. I mean, Edinburgh is a funny moment, but in a technical sense, GI, since that was not one of my quizzes. That was Ben's quiz specifically. The potatoes one is it's an interesting question that happened in Duel. It wouldn't have been my favourite, no. And Joss again. That's a meme question that happened just through sheer encoding problems. So again, not really a proper question, but I just adore the sort of the meme potential of that and it just randomly happening. You don't know what the answer was, but the answer was Frida Kahlo, possibly. Yeah, there's just been too many good questions out there that it's difficult to just pick one out as outstanding, because that's the thing, is that there's so many different formats for the questions as well, that different question writing suits the different question styles as well. I know it's a cop-out answer. I know I'm coming up with a cop-out answer, but I can't think of one specifically awesome question that trumps every other, if that makes sense. Bisexual calcite, though, that a gay talc, it is a good. There's a good answer set from that one. I must say that was a good answer set. I did like that one. But yeah, there's no one singular question that trumps all. Not that latches in my brain anyway. That's the thing, Lingo. You, as a community, you've come up with some absolute belters of questions. Absolute belters of questions. There has to be a fondness for this as a test question. I mean, that was only there because I had to have some text in to test the question out. And I thought, oh, well, we might as well test the buzzers with this test question as well. Why not? And the fact that then leads on to like a brand new set of questions based off of this is not a test question or this is a test question, and then Cetra starting off their round of outright in round 4 with the 4 numbers from this is a test question in their accumulate round. Oh my god, crazy, absolutely crazy. Comic Sans best font was a nice little dual question, must be said as well. Hard to get there. That was a Ben question, that one. So sorry I can't properly answer that one, Jack, but yeah, there's just too many to pick from. What is it? It's now 11. Where are we up to? Question 24. Okay, if they're not stupidly profound, then we should be able to get through these nice and quickly. To be specific for once, which Final Fantasy track would you want to play a cover of any kind? I can never decide between Sunset Waltz and Tazanakan nowadays. It's a score count. Which Final Fantasy track would I like to play a cover of any kind? Oh, you've opened up the floodgates on that one. I don't know if it'd ever be possible to do, but a big band version of Dancing Mad. That would be absolutely awesome. I don't know if it'd actually be possible, but a big band version of Dancing Mad would be right up there as a choice to play. Mainly because it's an absolute epic in 3 parts. 9 minutes of absolute wonderful music from Nobu. So yeah, probably that. If it wasn't for big band, if it was just like myself playing like piano or something, I always love playing Tazanakan on piano. Absolutely adore playing that. It's such a lovely piece. But I wouldn't really be making a cover of that. I'd just be playing it. That or what's it called? It's the opening track in FF10-2. No, not the opening track, because that's a different one. The title track of FF10-2. Memories of... Oh, what's it called? God, that's really irritating, and I can't think of the name of it now. Like I know the melody is in my head, but what's it called? Memories of Memories of Life is the Final Fantasy 9, and yeah, that I mean, that's a great track. And oh my god, there's a absolutely awesome version of that done by a Swedish, Danish orchestra. It's one of those, and I have it on my YouTube playlist. And oh my god, that it sends shiver down my spine when I hear it. It's an absolutely awesome version of Memories of Life. It's not that one I'm thinking of. Oh god, I'm gonna have to search up what it is. What is it? FF10-2 piano music opening. What is it called? Memory of Light and Waves. Memory of Light and Waves, that's it. Yeah. That's the one I was thinking of. Yeah. Yeah, that's a really awesome piece to play on piano. It's really lovely. Yeah, remind me to post about that Memories of Life thing, because it was an absolutely awesome concert, and yeah, right at the end it's just fucking amazing. Thank you for the question, Squawker. I'm actually going to turn the responses off now because we need to finish this stream off. Oh, Ben, another question. Obviously, the last couple of years haven't been particularly prominent for exploring new relationships, but how goes the dating scene? Are you young-ish Kappa? People still using the Tinders? What are the odds of us meeting a Mrs. or Mr. Bash in the future? It's strange. So obviously, we were talking about sort of sexual identity earlier, and I guess one of the things for me is that I don't actively sort of look out for a relationship. I don't go out on dating profile sites or anything like that. And neither do I do the grinder scene either. Fucking hell no. So yeah, I just don't actively look out for it. But if it happens, you know, if it happens, then obviously I'll go chasing for it then. The girlfriend I had for many years was just because I'd known her for a bit from being in the band, and had a thing for her, and so I decided to chase it up, and she had a thing for me as well, and it hit off. It was nice. So yeah, I don't go actively out for trying to find a relationship, but if it'll happen, then that's great. That's absolutely great. So that's my my stance on relationships. No dating apps? You mean you're not up for meeting? No, I'm definitely not meeting an axe murderer, Jack. No, no, I'm not on any of the dating apps right now. No, I don't think so. I was at one point, but I very quickly decided not. Whiskers, get out of that! Get out of that! It's not for you. Not for you. Being very naughty and then also ill at the same time. Was that cleaver? Whatever it is, it has to be missing a vowel somewhere. Thank you for the question, though, Ben. Woke up a bit late, so sorry if this has been asked already. Over the past 3 years of coding, recreating, and hosting shows, what has been your biggest roadblock you've faced? Good question. Biggest roadblock. Well, there was the aforementioned Beat the Chasers that had to be very quickly pivoted to some other form. That's probably the sort of the biggest roadblock, because I did want to have that on stream, but yeah, circumstances got in the way. Other than that, biggest roadblock, It's just time. It's just finding time to do it. Honestly, you know, I have a full-time job, and I am in a band at the moment, although maybe leaving very soon. So that leaves very little extra time outside of that to be able to do, you know, to actually develop these shows, and also have a bit of social, you know, life on top of that, or, you know, just being able to chill out for my own sake. So yeah, it's just finding time to do it is honestly the big roadblock for their stuff. And with now that I'm getting more confident in doing these game shows and things, that I'm obviously becoming more, I'm trying to go for bigger projects rather than just simple things. So going bigger, going better means it's going to take longer to develop, which then means, yeah, it just ultimately is going to take almost forever to actually get there. Like Quiz Screen is one of those that just keeps on going and going and going, and because there's just so many requirements that has to fulfill before it all makes sense. So it just keeps going on, So time, honestly, time eludes me. That's the biggest roadblock I've faced over these years of doing things. Thank you for the question. Next one, Colo says, which game of Ben's or Topper's do you really envy or admire? Topper's Elimination is absolutely a masterpiece. It's an absolute masterpiece for a quiz. There's no scoring system in it, other than really scoring question number 1 to order you. And yet, every question you are on the edge, in a rightful sense. It's such a good and easy to follow format that I'm surprised that idea hadn't come before. In, I mean, you know, obviously there's sort of formats that are similar-ish to it out there, but nothing that follows the exact formula that Elimination has. It's such a great game and so simple to pick up, and it has all the tension elements that you expect from, you know, a properly commissioned show. Honestly, if there are companies out there that are willing to, you know, commission a show that will have a good number of contestants on it at a time, then that could easily go and be a absolutely winning formula. It's so good. It's such a good format. On Ben's side of things, which one do I really envy or admire? One that I do like actually is Bidding War. Mainly because a lot of the sort of ideas I have for sort of new feature ideas kind of all stem back to the you need to bid to answer type thing, which is the whole massive premise of Bidding War, is that you have to bid before you answer. So he's kind of got the idea in a head that I wanted. So so yeah, kind of envy Ben in that regard, but it is a really great format. So yeah, bidding war for on Ben's side of things, I do envy in a way, because I wanted to get that kind of idea in one of mine before he did, but he's done that a year ahead of me. So yeah, sure. And then on top of side, Elimination, no doubt about it. Elimination is one I absolutely admire. It's an awesome game. Thank you for the question there, Colo. Gone on hiatus. We're welcome to take. Oh no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to sort of shill a mechanic or trope. I don't want to do that. I know you didn't invent it, but yeah, still. Do you have at least a favorite meme? Do you have a least favorite meme that generated from one of your Twitch quizzes, or favorite? Well, the least favourite one that has thankfully died out, in most part, is the sort of the overuse of Formula One and football sort of terminology for the sort of the running of the streams, as it were. I never really liked it when we were calling so red flags and green flags on everything. It's like, well, yeah, this isn't a sport, so we don't need that kind of stuff. Oh, Blovlasu Gasson, Jesus Christ! I will never outlive Blovlasu Gasson on the Twitch Catane type thing. That's just gonna stick with me forever, and I've kind of grown to accept it. I absolutely hated it at one point, but I've grown to accept it now. So yeah, those are the ones that I'm sort of glad to have disappeared. And the least favourite, Joss, I do like that still kicking around for a little bit. So yeah, so long as it's not a forced meme, it's fine. I like it, but yeah, if you try and force something to happen, it's not meme worthy in the same sense. Thank you for the question there, Anon. Beat the Chasers when? By Anonymous. Beat the Chasers when? I don't know, but we could do Beat the Chasers at some point in the near future, I'm sure. So yeah, we'll arrange a date and we'll do it sometime soon. I mean, we could just leave it as a yearly tradition and do it New Year's Eve. Yeah, just do it as a yearly Christmas tradition. That always seems to work as well. But yeah, soon TM. What's the most memorable moment that you've seen on Quiz Night besides Lucario's phenomenal performance of 5 questions? Damn it! That was going to be my answer, Sophia, honestly. That really was going to be my answer. Dang it. What's the most memorable moment that you've seen on Quiz Night besides Lucario's phenomenal performance of 5 questions? Samster's performance on 1,000 Heartbeats. Samster's performance on 1,000 Heartbeats. We've played 1,000 Heartbeats for a while now, and it was getting close to someone breaking the barrier and actually making it happen. Like, Shapes was super close to making that happen, doing round 6 and cash out very recently before Samster's attempt. And it's so strange just sort of watching that back, because the start of Samster's game, we were just having just a laugh. We were just a casual game of 1,000 Heartbeats, and as he said, it just got all of a sudden super real, and it's strange for that to happen in a game, so in an environment where there is literally nothing on the line, because this wasn't even a cash game of 1,000 Heartbeats that Samster was playing. It was just literally just for dudes. That's all he was literally playing for, is just a virtual currency. And yet there's this palpable sense of tension. Yeah, I just this je ne sais quoi about it, and it's moments like those where there's so much tension in the air while the quiz is happening, even if there's literally nothing on the line, that I relish in the most. And seeing the Samster win round 7 and cash out is just, that is an enormous highlight of Quiz Night. Lucario's 500 questions is not to be, it just that is superior in every way. It's just, yeah, phenomenal, that. And then 1,000 Heartbeats Samster jackpot is the next best. Absolutely. So those are the big ones. And then, honestly, the other memorable moments is just all of the shenanigans in Duel. Because, well, the thing with Duel is that one I have a bit of license in controlling the tension of the game, because I know things about the game that the players don't. I can sort of push the agenda of the duel one way or another. Never to favour one player or the other, but I can always, force the game to feel a certain way by doing that. And yeah, having those moments where I know something that these players don't, and just hanging on to that random bit of knowledge for like minutes at a time, trying to pull as much stuff out, and then dropping the bombshell on them is just, I do love those moments. I really do love those moments. And that's why it's such a pleasure to be a host sometimes, when you have those little moments. Yeah, absolutely, Nata, yeah. So yeah, those are sort of my memorable moments there. Just some of them. Obviously, there are many, many more. Thank you, Safira. How do the fancy lights in the office studio work? How complicated is the code behind them? So these are LIFX light strips. So you can get them off of Amazon. Nice and simple. You just get a sort of like a meter strip, and you can chain them together. And they're Wi-Fi connected. So as long as you've got like a Wi-Fi network, then you're off to the races. Now, the simplest way to use them is with an app. You get it on your phone. In fact, we just get the app up right now. You just go to LifeX and just get a screen like that, and you control the lights that way. So if I wanted some green lights, I can just do that, change the color hue type thing. They do have some of the sort of gradienty themes like that and stuff like that. But what I have done is they have an API system and I've written a C# library that interacts with that API. It's basically sort of like a web API type thing, because these are, the web devices essentially. And in games like 1,000 Heartbeats and 1 vs 100, all I do is just issue control sort of color commands to them using their API, using their specific API system, and magic happens, basically. They just change colors. They have like 8 sections to each strip that you can control individually light-wise, and you can send them to do sort of animating things if you want to. And yeah, they're fairly simple things, really. and the code to do the light strips is not particularly complicated, but you do have to do a bit of the legwork to find out exactly how the API works. However, if you're not a programmer, then there are web services out there to make it a lot easier to sync these up to stream events. I know there are definitely services out there that allow you to connect these up to web-controlled services, which can then interact with things like Streamlabs or whatever you want to do. Probably even with the Stream Deck, and you can issue commands from that to then do light effects on them. So even if you have zero programming ability, there's definitely a service out there to do it. I just don't know what it is, because I don't need it, because I've programmed it myself. I've sort of shortcut it, really. Is the API actually on the public web? They have so you talk to them directly. You have an IP. They sort of broadcast themselves on the local network, and then you connect to them directly on the local network. Now they are technically connected to the web, because I can access this when I've just got regular mobile phone signal, and I can control them wherever. But it's only a very limited control, really. So yeah, they are technically web connected, Internet of Things. But when I do my API stuff, it's a local network thing. Maybe use latency. It's easier that way. Penultimate question: how do I feel about others doing Twitch quiz hosting? How do I feel about it? Do it. That's how I feel about it. Do it. absolutely adore it. I want to see more people do it. I want to see loads more people do Twitch interactive quiz hosting type stuff. Just do it. Absolutely. He hates the competition. Just do it. Like, Topper, essentially, where were you? What was your sort of thinking about this? Because, you know, you've sort of been around the community. You've done sort of some programming about game shows before, just not Twitch integrated. And it's, I would imagine, through being around my community, because you've obviously been doing some Discord games to start off with, and then branched out into the world of Twitch. You're sort of the perfect person to sort of direct this towards, because yeah, it is people like Topper. I just love seeing do great things out in this great wide world. God, speaking is hard. So yeah, I'm absolutely fine with other people doing Twitch quiz hosting stuff. Absolutely. The more the merrier. We need more interactive quiz stuff on Twitch, really. Because it's a much maligned category, really. There's not many of us. Am I a pioneer in the category? I don't know, maybe. But yeah, there's definitely room for many more before the market gets saturated. There's definitely room for it. More stuff. I get it. No. We don't need you to do any more, Ben. No. You've already got enough shows as it is. Already got enough shows as it is. But yeah, honestly, if there are other people that want to do Twitch quiz hosting stuff, then by all means, try it out. See how it feels. It might not be your thing, but give it a try. Just give it a go and see what happens. That's what I did with my Wonderwall experience. I just said, just give it a go and see what happens. And it's turned out, and then we're here, 3 years later, have a community of nearly 1,200 people following me on Twitch. 49 people actively watching me right now just talk about stuff. Discord with many hundreds of people in, actively playing quiz related stuff every day as well, and just generally hanging out, being awesome. I never thought I'd be here 3 years from then, and yet here we are. So anything can happen if you're willing to give it a try and just see what happens. Anything can happen. So, thank you for that question. And the final question for the evening is, what's my favourite font? As a licensed font boy, you remember, I am judging you based on your answer. This is from Alex R's Magic Disco Bus. Ah, God. What's my favourite font? I don't know. I'm not a big font buff. I really am not a big font buff. Comic Sans is not best font. And I'm not going to say Verdana and be done with it either. And similarly, I'm not going to say Tahoma or Arial. Din is a nice font. Din is a nice font. It's very pleasing. I don't know. Clear Sans, when we used it for 500 questions, I like that. That's a nice readable font. I kind of like that font. But it's just like, it's a very utilitarian font. It doesn't have much character about it. And I was wondering if that's where you're sort of going with it, where you really have a character that's favorite that is, that has some character to it. Some je ne sais quoi. XO2. Have I seen XO2 before? Possibly. I know I've seen an XO. Or have I used... No, I have seen XO2, because I use XO2 for... Did I use that for Linker? That's a point. I need to do more on Linker. I only did that once, didn't I? And that was just a trial run. I need to do more on that. I think I've used XO2. It looks very familiar. I might be mixing it with just XO, maybe. But that is a nice font. I certainly have used XO for Linker before. So I do like Chakrapetch for all the stuff that I've used it for Quiz Night before. So I do like Chakrapetch, but only because of sort of the branding for Quiz Night, essentially. So I guess that's where my opinions stand on that. It's if the font does the job it's supposed to do, then it's a good font. It's basically my opinion on fonts. If it does the job it's supposed to, then it's a good font, and if it doesn't do the job, then it's not a good font. Is that an acceptable answer, Oni? I hope so. Look up tomorrow. If you like Chakrapetch, look up tomorrow. Tomorrow font. Let's have a look. Oh, okay. I kind of like Chakrapetch a bit better, actually, to be honest. Don't know why this one just feels a little too wide. Obviously, I know I could squish things with typography, but nothing is just fixed. But yeah, I don't know, it just feels a little wider than I'd like. But anyway, as a coder, what's my favourite monospace fonts? Fire Code. Fire Code, without a question. The ligatures in that are absolutely awesome, and it's a delight to read. Fire Code. Right, that is definitely it for me now. Apart from wheel spins, we definitely need to do wheel spins. Thank you for all the awesome questions for this Ask Me Anything. There's a lot of very thought-provoking questions in there. Certainly more than I was expecting. But yeah, it's good to answer these questions that need answering sometimes. And I hope you've enjoyed the answers that I have provided. And I'm going to sneeze, apparently. But we are still going to do a wheel spin. So, what is our wheel spin word going to be? It's a good question. What is our wheel spin word going to be? I know what it's going to be. It's going to be coming up. Coming up, we're going to do a wheel spin. Oh, we're going to drive that into the ground there. Say coming up if you like a wheel spin. Let me move the camera over as well. Once we're ready for that. So, thank you for tuning in for some Wipeout and Ask Me Anything. Tomorrow, Ben is taking over, as usual, on his Thursday streams with some more tournament arena action, I believe. And then Friday, I am back, and we're in the duel arena. We're going to be doing a duel royale, and then it's going to be me versus Ben in another duel face-off type thing, with Score Count as our host, and David J. Bodicum, the author of our demise, apparently. So it should be a load of fun there. Saturday, Ben returning to usual form on the Saturday streams. What's he got on the Saturday stream? He does have the following. He has got the Pyramid and Cryptex and actual Spotlight, actual scheduled Spotlight. Holy crap. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Actual scheduled Spotlight. Cryptex crazy, I know. So yeah, that's what you're going to look forward to on Saturday. And then it is the big season finale for Topper on Sunday, which is Elimination. It's a double pack of Elimination, in fact. You've got 2 games, one by Topper himself, and then a Mod's Revenge pack by Lewis T, Matt, and Salem, where I believe Topper might be playing that game. And there's also apparently a word that there's going to be a prize, potentially, for Elimination on Sunday, so do tune in to Topper One Gaming on the Sunday, because you might be getting a prize. You want a prize, Steve? What have you won? I don't know. No, Jeff. Anyway, let's get these spins going. Who's going to get the first spin? It's going to be Mr. Carr, the 7th. Carr 7's getting the first spin, so let me get the command ready. Add Doots. It'll be a boat, he says. It'll be a boat, he says. Well, we'll look forward to that then. Absolutely family fortune nostalgia. Right, Carr. Here we go. What have we got for you? Let's find out. Your spin tonight is... It is 5,000 Doots, but we also add another 20,000 to the jackpot. So it does mean our jackpot now stands at 240,000 Doots. 240,000 in the jackpot wedge. And the second spinner tonight is Saphira. And Saphira getting the final spin tonight. Or maybe not. Could be a +1. Certainly getting the second spin of the night, though. What shall it be? It is going to be... Oh, we ending on a biggie. 10,000 or 100,000 for a question. So, I'm going to ask you something, potentially. What do you want to do, Saphira? Would you like the easy 10,000? Or would you like the 100,000 an attempt on a question? Question or nominate. Either go for the 100k. Oh, okay. Hang on then. Where's my book gone? Is here. Here is the book. Here is the book. And the crowd goes wild with anticipation. Absolutely. Do I still have the tense music button on here? I can't remember. That's definitely not tense music, and that's definitely broke. Oh, no, I don't is the answer. Good. Oh, no, I do. There it is. There it is. There's the music. Bring the music slightly down so it's not too loud. Right, let me find a question for you. Let me find a question for 100,000 Doots. Oh, that's a good question. I like that. Good luck here, Sphera. Your question is... For what type of music is John Philip Sousa best known? For what type of music is John Philip Sousa best known? Do you know? Sousa, he was the Gladiators music, I think. So circus music, is that what you want to lock in? Circus music. You think so? Okay. You've gone for circus music. The answer I have is marches is what I have, I'm afraid. Marches. very, very close with Circus, though. That's why I was sort of pondering, is like Circus sometimes uses marching music, though. Yeah, I know he's basically called the March King, so essentially March is the only thing it could really be. But yeah, Circus music, very, very close. So I can't quite give that. Brass March is normally, yeah, indeed, yeah. So you're very, very close to the answer, but just not quite close enough for me, I'm afraid. So, unfortunately, you're losing out on the 100,000 dudes. Oh, so close, so close. But that's sketch comedy theme tunes. Now, if you said that, Aaron, I'd have to say, sorry, could you try a different genre, please? Because yes, they are used for like Monty Python and Flying Circus type thing, but you know, there's a general, you know, genre of music that he actually composes for. So yeah, there's that circus, but not the same kind of circus that you're probably talking about. So yeah, he had the right idea. Had the right idea, absolutely. Right, well, that is definitely it for me now. It's wow, it's very late, isn't it? 20 to midnight now, and basically 4 hours of stream. Based off of when I started for the warm-up. Well, there you go. That's what happens when you play 3 games of Wipeout and Ask Me Anything with Ulster. No, Ben, no. No. Stars and Strikes Forever is indeed absolutely excellent. My grandpa's concert band over in America plays it, and yeah, it's always great to hear. Yeah, that's where I get my music ability from, is from my grandpa. Completely skipped a generation. My mum and dad have absolutely no idea about how to do music, but my grandpa and grandma, they are professional musicians. So anyway, I am definitely ending before I continue waffling any further. I am back on Friday, where we return to the Duel Arena. We've been a while since we've been to the Duel Arena. It was back in Christmas when we were last there. Going to do a Duel Royale for old time's sake, and then me versus Ben in a duel to find out who definitely is, you know, the quiz champion between these two hosts. Hosted by Score Count, questions written by David J. Bodicum. Take care out there. I'll see you on Friday. Until then, take care. Bye. Same back to you, mate. Same back to you.